would have to submit an application and be judged by the committee on their moral and spiritual fortitude. If they were allowed to mate, children would be separated from the mom about a year after birth and raised communally in the children's wing. After all, wouldn't want any of those hopelessly flawed toddlers to think they're deserving of any affection whatsoever. Oneida also believed in what they called free love, which meant that anyone could bang anyone at any time as long as they kept it hetero, and exclusive relationships of any kind were actually frowned upon, which seems like kind of a weird habit for people trying to 100% FC this whole Christianity thing, but whatever. But wait, you're saying, how can you have selective breeding at the same time as extremely unselective breeding? Aha, see, that's where male continence comes in. Under this rule, a pair could go at it for as long as they wanted, with the caveat that the dude's not allowed to nut, pull out or otherwise. That way, it's not a sin. After all, as the Bible says, if the dick don't spit, you must acquit. Paradoxically, no such rule existed for the women. In fact, not only did the commune believe in female orgasms, they actually prioritized them, which is like unheard of in the 19th century. They'd even have the middle-aged women of the society train the teen boys in the art of holding in the old pelvic sneeze. That way, there wouldn't be any chance of conception in case the guy goofs up his first few tries. So anyway, young Gito joins this whole thing, and endured countless blows to his massive yet fragile ego, thinking he's at least gonna get a piece of this communal action. Except, the criticism towards him wasn't just a formality like it was for others. Everyone there genuinely fucking hated him, on account of the fact that he was a raving neurotic narcissist. He never caught a single piece of this allegedly free love, and after a while, they all started calling him Charles Get Out in the hopes that he'd leave. This is real. And after 5 long years of this abuse, Guiteau finally got the hint and moved to New Jersey. He tried starting a newspaper themed around the Oneida religion called the Daily Theocrat, except nobody cared, so that failed. He went back to Oneida and tried to sue the place in order to get back pay for all his voluntary unpaid labor while living there, but apparently I'm mad butthurt isn't a valid reason for prosecution, so that went nowhere. Finally he said, well, when your devotion to God has failed you, there's only one path in life left. Time to become a lawyer. He managed to pass an examination to gain admission to the Illinois bar, and subsequently joined a law firm in Chicago at the age of 27, where he met his soon-to-be wife, one Annie Bunn. Of course, Guiteau never really got to be a lawyer. He only argued in one actual court case. Most of his time was spent doing bill collection for random clients. This job gave him insight into how debtors think and operate, which allowed him to turn into quite the con man, dodging bills whenever and wherever he saw the opportunity. Even on the job, he'd frequently charge exorbitant contingency fees after the fact, upwards of 75%. And sometimes he'd just keep it all and completely ghost his clients. After all, what are they gonna do? Send another bill collector? Well, it turns out they did, so Guiteau and his wife fled to New York. Here he ditched law and started getting into politics. Specifically, he wrote and delivered a speech in favor of Horace Greeley, the 1872 Democratic presidential candidate. And he somehow got it in his head that if Greeley won, his campaign would be so greatly indebted to him that they'd fulfill his desires to be the Minister of Chile, as though a total rando like him could just, name a job and it would be his. In reality, the speech was an incoherent mess heard by next to no one, and Greeley lost by a landslide. As the years passed, Annie got real sick of living life on the run with a broke-ass bitch, and Charles was none too keen on her weighing him down either. But back in the day, you couldn't just divorce someone willy-nilly, you needed a valid reason for it. So Charles concocted the brilliant scheme of banging a prostitute and then having her testify in court. The plan worked, with the pair successfully divorcing in 1874, and the only downside was syphilis. Whoops. Guiteau started dabbling in theology again around this time. He published a book called The Truth, which was almost entirely plagiarized directly from John Noyes, the founder of the Oneida community. But despite being a man of God, Guiteau was still very much a two-time varmint, and moved frequently in the dead of night to keep collectors off his tail. His brother caught wind of this and wrote him a letter basically saying, hey, maybe you should pay your bills now and then so you can be, a functioning member of society. To which Charles replied, and I quote, find $7 enclosed, stick it up your bunghole and wipe your nose on it, and that will remind you of the estimation in which you are held by Charles J. Guiteau. God damn. And to his own brother, the madman. Soon after he got arrested, bailed out by his sister, lived with her for a few months, attacked her with an axe, went to DC, rambled about religion to anyone who would listen, moved to Boston, got in a boat accident where everyone in his boat was fine, but everyone in the other one fucking died, took this as a sign from God, moved back to New York, and got back into politics in 1880, this time as a Republican. During this campaign, there were two main factions of Republicans, known as the Stalwarts and the Half-Breeds, which sounds like some Tolkien shit, wish we had names like that today. Now, Guiteau considered himself a stalwart, and in a similar vein to his 1872 1982 venture, he wrote a speech to promote stalwart candidate Ulysses S. Grant, who was shooting for his third term. But before he got a chance to deliver the speech, one James A. Garfield took the candidacy completely out of nowhere, beating out both factions single-handedly. He was like, rats, how am I gonna get power handed to me now? So he literally just scribbled out all the references to Grant and replaced them with Garfield and was like, yep, that'll do it. He read this speech all of twice, along with handing out copies to the Republican National Committee. In reality, this really didn't accomplish much, but when Garfield managed to win the election, Guiteau was like, yes! That was entirely me! Garfield is in my supreme debt. As God is my witness, he shall make me a consulate in Vienna or Paris or someplace cool like that. He went to DC to await his inevitable appointment, but obviously nothing happened. So he started writing letters. A lot of letters. When that didn't work, he started actually stalking both Garfield and the Secretary of State, James Blaine, intercepting them in hotel lobbies, just being like, oh hey, yeah, it's me, the sole person responsible for your success. Say, how about a consulship? Alright, you'll get back to me, I get it. Whoa, haha, what a coincidence. Me again. How's that consulship coming? At first they simply ignored him, but eventually Blaine snapped, screaming, never speak to me again on the Paris consulship as long as you live. Damn you, Garfield! I sense a disturbance in the force. Maybe daylight savings just made Monday an hour longer. Wow, Garfield, that was quite the wisecrack. It's amazing how you managed to keep things fresh year after year. Burn in hell, beige dog. At this point, Guiteau completely renounced any faith in the current administration, and after a lifetime of clout chasing met only with disappointment, he decided his only option was straight up going postal. He convinced himself that it was now God's will to remove Garfield from this mortal plane, in order to put his stalwart vice president, Chester Alan Arthur, into power. When he went to buy a revolver, he was given the choice between a wood grip and an ivory grip. He went with the ivory one for no other reason than he thought it would look cooler in a museum, and on July 2nd, 1881, he ambushed Garfield at the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station, shooting him twice in the back and mortally wounding him, all because he wouldn't give him a job. Garfield managed to hang on for 11 weeks before finally dying, which sounds like hell. Today's modern physicians actually believe that Garfield could have easily survived the incident if it weren't for doctors digging through him with unsanitized tools. Hey modern medicine, thanks for not being worse than literally no medicine. It means a lot. But that didn't stop Guiteau from being formally charged with murder, and that's exactly what he wanted. Matter of fact, Guiteau was over the moon, taking his new nationwide infamy as the fame he always deserved. His trial was just bananas, with Guiteau hurling obscenities at just about everyone there, including his own defense team, and formatting his testimony as an epic poem which he recited in full. He even dictated an autobiography to the New York Herald, which, get this, he ended with a personal ad for a nice Christian lady under 30 years of age. What a baller. When the guilty verdict was read, he called everybody there low consummate jackasses, and on June 30th, 1882, Guiteau smiled and waved to his adoring fans as he was walked to the gallows, where he recited a repetitive, deranged poem he wrote that morning, which was performed in a high-pitched falsetto voice, since it was written in the point of view of a child. He asked for a full orchestra to play during the reading, which I don't have to tell you that went nowhere, and promptly thereafter, he was hung. When the gallows dropped, people were probably like, ugh, Jesus, it's finally over. I just came here for a nice little execution. They subject me to all that? Oh, my money back, frankly. So it just goes to show, you can't always get what you want. Unless that thing is getting everyone to hate you, that's extraordinarily easy. But for everything else, you're gonna need a combination of hard work and know-how. While the former must ultimately come from within, there's plenty of resources out there for the latter, the best of which is a seldom talked about little startup called Skillshare. Sponsor time. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. A wise philosopher once said that the most fulfilling pursuit in life is to get to know oneself. Nah, I just made that up. Sounds legit though, right? Now, mindfulness and meditation are all well and good, but how about drawing as self-discovery? Sounds hokey, but I can tell you that I've certainly learned a lot about myself over the years doing this thing, so I'm sure you will too. Join the more than 7 million people already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers. Everyone who visits the link in the description can get 2 months of unlimited access to the 25,000 plus classes on Skillshare for absolutely free. So please, release that tension and get that comprehension today. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and I oop and I oop.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare.
Hey kids, now we all know that fate is a fickle thing. Some of us may try to defy its will, but there's enough small businesses with Pizza Hut roofs out there to tell you that such a thing is ultimately futile. As for most of us, we tend to have our fair share of good and bad luck throughout our lives, but every now and then, RN Jesus smiles upon some drooling little loaf child and says,
"You, my son, you shall be the one with all the figgy pudding."
That child was Timothy Dexter. Dexter was born in Malden, Massachusetts in 1747. He had a humble upbringing, dropping out of school as an 8-year-old to work as a farmhand and a leather worker. But Dexter thought he deserved better, so when he grew up, he married one Elizabeth Frothingham, a rich widow in need of company. Gold digging achieved, he began his quest to become a true aristocrat. As his first step, he thinks, all the rich guys I know are in positions of power. I should run for office. Now, the town of Malden wasn't much keen on appointing a bumbling second-grade dropout, but after rejecting dozens of petitions sent in by Dexter, they eventually gave up and decided to just make some shit up, leading to Dexter becoming the official informer of deer, tasking him with keeping logs on the local deer population. And over statistics of does and bucks alike, Dexter ruled with an iron fist, triumphantly concluding what many had already known: that there weren't any deer in Malden, Massachusetts. Satisfied with his political career, Dexter then set his sights on greater financial ventures. So a little history: in 1775, as part of our growing independence from Britain, the Continental Congress decided to establish their own currency, known as the Continental Dollar. Real creative there. Then the Revolutionary War started, and it dawned on people that these pieces of paper wouldn't be very useful in a giant pile of wet tea and smoldering patriots, causing their value to do one of those horny eagle death spirals. Then the Congress did, that stupid thing that every high schooler learns is stupid, not invading Russia in winter but the other one, practically making them worth less than their weight in paper and ink. And wouldn't you know it, a good portion of the Continental Army was paid with these, so by the time the war ended, many veterans were left totally destitute. The aristocrats were like, well, these grass-eating Untermensches did kind of give us a country, so whatever, we'll throw them a few cents and take this trash off their hands. Dexter was like, ooh, I'm a wealthman, I'm gonna do that too. And he spent the majority of his savings buying a boatload after boatload of the 1780s equivalent of Blockbuster gift cards. By all accounts, this should have been his ruin, but by some stroke of luck, after the Constitution was ratified, the new government decided that they'd trade Continentals for treasury bonds worth 1% of their face value. Doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind, Dexter bought thousands of crates of bills for fractions of pennies apiece. So as buybacks began across the country, his stockpile appreciated massively in value, and this informer of deer realized that, for the first time, there were a lot of bucks in Malden. But just because he was now a man of the upper crust doesn't mean he let it go to his head. Sure, he might have purchased the most luxurious chateau that money could buy, through daily Playboy Mansion-style ragers, and commissioned over 40 statues of America's greatest heroes, one of which was of himself, with a plaque calling him, quote, the greatest philosopher in the Western world. Despite his incredibly tacky displays of wealth, his contemptuous contemporaries still saw him for the loud, illiterate rube he was. So they started giving him deliberately awful investment tips in order to get him to bankrupt himself. One such piece of advice was that he should ship warming pans to the Caribbean. For those of you born after 1850, a warming pan's this dish on a long pole that you fill up with hot coals to warm up your bed. Not much use in a tropical paradise, but Dexter was undeterred by such frivolous things as logic. Went ahead and sent over 40,000 of them to the West Indies. When they arrived, the locals didn't really know what they were looking at and decided to use them as ladles for the sugar and molasses refineries. And by the end of it, Dexter sold every single one at a markup of nearly 80%. Frustrated that their plan backfired, the elites then told him to literally carry coal to Newcastle, which is an old idiom used to describe a pointless task based off the fact that Newcastle was one of the world's biggest producers of coal. The only idioms Dexter knew about all involved different animals shitting in the woods, so he took their word on good faith and went along with it. But by some divine providence, by the time the shipment arrived, the Newcastle coal miners had all gone on strike, and Dexter once again cleared the entire shipment with a hefty profit. He was like, man, I am so smart. By this point, he was pretty confident in his speculation skills, so he started making seemingly far-fetched ventures all by himself. One time he had a bunch of stray cats rounded up for basically free, which sounds like herding cats, but what do I know? And he sent them to the Caribbean, where they were gobbled up en masse. Not like eaten, but purchased to deal with all the rat infestations. In another instance, he bought up just about every whalebone in Boston. And coincidentally, at the same time in France, men started wearing corsets too for some reason. Demand went way up, Dexter's laughing. Now from an outside perspective, at the end of the day, Dexter was a very shrewd merchant. So at this point in my research, I was like, wait a minute, is he smart? Then I learned about his life outside of business. Dexter considered himself extremely knowledgeable on just about every topic. Keywords, considered himself. For example, he once stumbled upon a guy painting a sign to go along with the newly built statue of Jefferson. And when he saw that the sign called Jefferson the writer of the Declaration of Independence, Dexter lost his frickin' mind and insisted that Jefferson did not pen the DOI, but rather the Constitution. Spoiler alert, not remotely true, he was in France at the time. An easy mistake to make today, sure, but this was only like 10 years after the fact. That's like someone today saying, Obama didn't kill Bin Laden, dumbass. That was Bill Clinton. Anyway, when the painter refused to change the inscription, Dexter started shooting at him with a long rifle until he complied. Real genteel. Dexter made sure to surround himself with the requisite number of weirdos to maintain this level of delusion, one of which was Jonathan Plummer, a man whom Dexter paid to be his poet laureate, writing only the most laudatory odes in his honor. Mind you, this wasn't just your run-of-the-mill wise and wizened wordsmith. Jonathan sold fish for a living, and porn. He just kind of went along with the whole thing for the pocket change. Besides his entourage, Dexter occasionally spent time with the total geeds known as his family. He had 2 children, whom the New England Historical Society describes as a half-mad drunk and a completely mad drunk, respectively. And he couldn't stand his wife on account of her perceived constant nagging, to the point where he would tell guests he was unmarried and that he just had a ghost in his house. Just like, oh yeah, that's a sea hag. You know, mansion built on some old Indian shipwreck or something. Timmy, please, I'm cold and my hands are rheumatic. Find it in your heart to light the fireplace for me. Yeah, plenty of that in hell, you banshee bitch. One day, in a massive stroke of ego, Dexter decided to fake his own death, complete with a lavish funeral service just to see who would show up. Lucky for him, about 3,000 people from all walks of life turned up. Though initially staying out of sight, he soon noticed that his wife wasn't crying. So in response, he jumped out and started hitting her upside the head with a cane, in front of everybody. But as his true mortality grew closer, Dexter knew he needed a legacy and decided to pen his memoirs, titled A Pickle for the Knowing Ones, which was basically just 20 pages of unhinged ranting about politics, religion, his wife, and whatever else came to mind. No punctuation, random capitalization, the most amazing spelling I've ever seen. Here's some excerpts. George Washington. Attitude, philosopher, tobacco, general. And this is all just from the first few lines. The entire book is written like this. And just like everything else the guy did, the thing sold like fucking hotcakes. Why does anybody even try? The best part is that when he got complaints about the total lack of grammatical anything, in the second edition of the book, he put an extra page at the end full of nothing but punctuation marks, with a little note saying that anyone who felt like whining could just stick them wherever they wanted. Dexter died in 1806, and by and large, he probably should have ended up in Davy Jones's locker, but given the circumstances, I imagine the big man upstairs dropped his big deck of mortal soul trading cards at just the right moment, letting him slip through the pearly gates undetected. And legend has it that to this day, if you pray to the name Timothy Dexter, he'll look upon you kindly and share his skills with you all. Wait a minute. Share? Skill? Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. If you're like me, you're probably tired of sitting in a festering miasma of boy stink and jewel clouds all day. Such a thing could be easily remedied with a houseplant known to improve air quality, but you don't know which few species can survive on what meager light slips through the cracks of your squalid cave. If you give happy houseplants a try, I'm sure your dorm or apartment will start to show signs of non-insect life before you know it. Join the more than 7 million people already learning today with a special offer just for my viewers. While Skillshare is normally less than $10 a month, everyone who visits the link in the description can get 2 months of unlimited access to their 25,000 plus classes for absolutely free. So please, quit your public McTuition and get your private free tuition today. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Sam Minella, and thank you for watching.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Hey kids, you're probably familiar with at least a few characters whose obsessive penny pinching truly knows no bounds. Yes, from Ebenezer Scrooge to Scrooge McDuck, nobody hoards money quite like misers. But these guys aren't the most miserly misers out there, not by a long shot. First of all, look at their top hats, their extravagant use of glasses, their luxurious chairs. These things are worth their weight in precious shekels. No true miser would waste their wealth on such frills. Second of all, these guys aren't real. They're fictional characters. Scrooge McDuck does not exist. I don't care what CNN says, it's all liberal conspiracy bullshit. I mean, look at this article by the Huffington Post. You mean to tell me that this picture isn't photoshopped? Ridiculous. But you know who was real? One Daniel Dancer of London, England. Born in 1716, Daniel's father died at a young age, leaving behind a large agricultural estate for Daniel to oversee. When it was first inherited, the property brought in a few £100s a year, which doesn't sound like much today, but given that a general laborer could be expected to make around £19 per year in 1710, it's safe to say that Dancer could afford to live a fairly lavish lifestyle off his passive income alone. But Dan was like, you know, all this food and clothing and stuff is alright, but you know what I really like? Owning money. Say, how much does a pound cost? Well, that's a complicated question, Daniel. Can currency really be said to have intrinsic value? Some economists believe that— TLDR please, they cost a pound. Jesus, that's a lot. I better start saving. Thus began one of the most intentionally frugal lifestyles history has ever seen. Let me walk you through a few of Dancer's day-to-day habits. First of all, soap, don't even think about it. The closest thing to bathing that Daniel did was during the summer months when, once or twice a week, he'd wade into the nearby pond and scrub his face with a handful of sand. Say what you will, but what he lacked in deodorization, he certainly made up for in exfoliation. Admittedly, all of London probably reeked to high hell back then, so while Daniel's smell might not have tipped people off to his eccentricity, his clothes almost certainly did. On a good day, he'd be seen in one of his coats, which were homemade patchwork abominations of various garments that Dancer found on the streets and local dust heaps, looking like a walking dementia patient sewing circle. Similarly, all his shoes were either scavenged or Frankensteined out of other pairs of shoes he already owned, with the whole ensemble being barely held together with haphazardly tied bands made of the hay grown on his estate. In fact, a lot of the time, he ditched normal clothes altogether and just wear the hay. To his credit, in his youth, Daniel was known to purchase a whole 2 shirts per year as his clothing expense. But one day he looked in the mirror and said, "Daniel, you're bleeding funds like a stuck pig. It's time to grow up and get your act together," and cut his budget to only 1 shirt per year. One of the few people that Daniel associated with regularly was his sister, whom he lived with. Believe it or not, she shared in a lot of Daniel's tight-fisted habits, and it definitely showed. She was described as, quote, having more the appearance of a walking dunghill than one of the fair sex. Couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. Dancer prepared all of his food for the upcoming week ahead of time, consisting of only 14 hard dumplings and 3 pounds of beef stretched out over the entire 7-day period. Every day, he'd eat only a single meal that was basically equivalent to 2 wads of dried out dough and 1.5 quarter-pounder patties from McDonald's. He kept this habit up for years without fail, except for one time when he stumbled upon a fully intact, rotting sheep carcass during his daily stroll. He was like, "Good lord, this is just obscene. Who would leave a perfectly good pile of arguably edible meat and organs just sitting around like this?" So he dragged the thing home and made him and his sister a nice big pile of spoiled mutton pies, which they subsisted off of for several weeks. That's a real life hack right there. Who needs refrigeration if it's already rancid, am I right? Despite Daniel's rabid fear of any unnecessary spending, he did own a dog named Bob that he was quite fond of. At this point, I'm almost certain that Dancer just decided to base his entire life off of linoleum by no effects, which is pretty incredible considering linoleum wasn't even invented for another 100 years. Anyway though, one day, Daniel's neighbor came to complain about how Bob had been harassing his sheep. So Daniel said, "Don't worry, boy, I ain't gonna kill you. But we don't want a lawsuit on our hands, do we?" "No, we don't. What would we do if a lawyer came around here, huh?" "That's right, and make his children watch, yeah." So he decided to take the dog to the local farrier, which is basically a blacksmith that specializes in horseshoes and the like. "Hey, could you make my dog, like, not have teeth anymore?" What kind of business you think I'm running here, boy?" "Come on, man, you file down horses' hooves for a living. Teeth are just tiny mouth hooves. That's close." "Sorry, buddy, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades." Well, got me there. Say, what's a hand grenade? None of my sources say what happened to the dog after his untimely nubbening, but I do know Dan never got sued, so I guess the operation was a success. Daniel's sister passed away in 1766, leaving him so distraught that he actually went out of his way to buy mourning clothes for her funeral. And by that I mean he bought a pair of secondhand black stockings, and that's it. Still, that's a big deal when it comes to the likes of Dancer. At this point, the only person close to a friend that Dancer had was a woman known as Lady Tempest. She was so influential over him that she was actually able to convince him to buy, get this, a 1 shilling hat. This was quite an accomplishment, as Daniel's last hat was older than half of you at 14 years old. "What? I'm not! You don't...
Meow.
You..." Of course, the next time Lady Tempest went to hang out with him, he was still wearing his old disgusting hat. When questioned about the one he bought, he goes, "Oh yeah, that frilly old thing. Sold it for a 6 pence profit. Super easy too. I tell you, forget house flipping. Hat flipping's gonna be the cool new thing pretty soon." Lo and behold, 250 years later, he was wrong. Daniel died at the ripe old age of 78, which seems pretty shocking considering the whole not using soap, eating rotten food thing, but I guess his near total isolation from other people made up for that when it came to preventing illness. Though he never ended up shelling out any of the massive hoard of wealth that he accumulated over this time, his efforts weren't completely in vain. By the time he passed away, Daniel's estate was now pulling in about £3,000 in yearly net revenue, 10 times the amount it earned when he first inherited it. So, moral of the story, parsimony has its place. While it's good to save money, don't torture yourself just for the sake of a few bucks. Next time your parent or significant other insists on turning down the thermostat or keeping the windows up to save gas, just say, "Hey, are we human or are we dancer?" But you know what else is more valuable than money?
Knowledge.
That's why you need to try Skillshare.com. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 23,000 classes in technology, design, business, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. Want to learn how to budget your life without turning into a filthy carcass-eating loner? Try the Core 4 of personal finance. You'll learn all the money management skills that really should be taught in school but aren't in no time. If you're looking for something a little more ambitious, it's never too early or too late to try your hand at entrepreneurship. With some of these classes, you can turn that one genius business idea that you and your friends had that one night into reality. Join the millions of students already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers, where you can get 2 months of Skillshare for just 99 cents. To sign up, go to skl.sh/sam04. Again, you with the eyebrows, go to skl.sh/sam04 to get 2 months of unlimited access to over 23,000 classes for less than $1 technically. Act now for this special offer and start learning today. Till next time, I'm Sam Manella and thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Hey kids, time to alienate 23.9% of the United States from my potential audience, cause today, we're talking popes. Now don't get me wrong, the modern papacy is a great thing. Just a genuinely virtuous man being elected to govern and set an example for Christians everywhere, that's awesome. But back in the day, not so. See, in the Middle Ages, the church was one of the greatest powers in the Western world, having massive influence over monarchs and laymen alike. And as we know, with great power comes great tomfoolery. Here's some of the less wholesome popes that history has to offer. Pope Stephen VI assumed the pontificate in May of 896, during a time of great instability for the papacy, where rulers and families of all different shapes and sizes were vying for influence over the Catholic Church. As such, successive popes from this period often had different ideas about how things should be run. Stephen, for example, didn't much care for Pope Formosus, the guy before last. Why? It's complicated. Even if I could wrap my head around all this, it'd probably be boring as hell, so just take it on good faith that Steve had a lot of beef with Formosus. So much beef, or as we call it, papal bull, that Stephen couldn't even be happy that the dude was already dead. So he had the 8-month-old corpse of Formosus dug up, dressed up in pope clothes, sat down on a throne, and literally put on trial, with a deacon appointed to give all his responses for him. So you thought you could get away from the law with that little dying stunt of yours. Well, tell me, Mr. Thrombosis, did you violate canon law, commit perjury, and pretend to be a bishop when you weren't? Yes, pasta fazool, I am a fool. I've heard all I need to hear. This court finds you guilty, and everything you did as pope, we legally declare to be fake and dumb and stupid and dumb. Now throw him in the river. What? The river? Can he do that? See the hat? That means I'm Pope. P-O-O-P Pope. You better 3-point that bitch into the briny deep right quick, or I'm gonna raise hell. Metaphorically. So they threw him in the river. This whole thing caused an uproar among Formosus supporters, and after Formosus's corpse was allegedly seen performing miracles at the riverbank, Stephen ended up being overthrown, imprisoned, and executed by strangulation. The body, now slimy and disgusting, was fished out of the Tiber and reinterred in St. Peter's Basilica, where it rests to this day. Next, we'll talk about John the 12th. This guy already looks like one of my characters. Why don't we just, yeah, there we go. This guy ascended to the throne when he was just 18 years old, which is insane. If I was
was elected world's biggest hat wearer at that age, you better believe things would get real unpapal real quick. I'm talking gambling, hookers, setting fires, and toasting to the devil. And when you know it, these are all things John the 12th did. It's said that he took the sacred palace and literally made it into a whorehouse. Matter of fact, while researching the guy, I stumbled across this list of sexually active popes. This is a real Wikipedia article. Take a hike, toilet paper orientation, daddy's got a new favorite. John is featured prominently on this list, of course. He had a thing for widows for some reason. Personally, I'm not big on weepy old hags. I'm more of a carefree young hag type of guy, but to each their own. He also banged his niece a bunch, which not the most virtuous act, but you know, Middle Ages and bloodline, fucking whatever. His playboy lifestyle eventually caught up to him though, leading to the Synod of Rome, where everyone got together to talk about what a piece of shit he is so they could kick him off the throne. Besides all the deviancy, there was a lot of things they had problems with. For one, someone once offered John some money to ordain a 10-year-old as a bishop, and he was just like, alright, I would have done it for free, honestly. Look how big those robes are on him, that's hilarious. He also had a deacon ordained in a horse stable, just like, oh, for fuck's sake, alright, let's get this over with. Shouldn't we be doing this in like a church? Listen, bucko, if it's good enough for Jesus to be born in, it's good enough for you to have your little cardinal party. No, sir, not cardinal, he's just a deacon. Now if you keep running your mouth, you aren't. He also liked going on hunting trips now and then, generally considered to be something popes don't do. Although my suspicion is that they were just tired of cleaning his big stupid camo hat every time. Probably his worst act though was putting on a helmet, followed closely in second by the time one of his subdeacons got on his nerves, so he literally cut off his dick and murdered him. So between all this and some conflicts with Otto I of the Holy Roman Empire, John was uncanonically ousted in 963. Except as soon as Otto left Rome, nobody was there to pressure him off physically anymore. So John was like, lol, just kidding, rounded up all his groupies, kicked the new pope off the throne, and continued his role like nothing happened by early 964. But just a few months later, fate caught up with John, and he died the way he lived. Committing adultery. Now let's be real, we all have our little guilty pleasures in life. Some people like a nice bag of Cheetos, others like scented candles, or poorly drawn educational videos. Alexander VI liked watching horses fuck. According to Vatican chronicler Johann Burckhardt, he would specifically arrange for his stallions to be introduced to mares in heat outside his palace, and he'd stand up on his balcony to watch them violently mate, which just tickled him pink for some fucking reason, and he'd laugh uproariously during the entire spectacle. He also once threw a party in the palace called the Banquet of Chestnuts, also referred to as the Joust of Whores. Wait a minute, horse jousting, horses banging. Was dyslexia a thing back then? Nah, but during the banquet, Alexander had 50 of Rome's finest raggedy harlots line up and strip down for him and his guests, which, by the way, included 2 of his children, which, by the way, he had many children, but at this point hardly a concern. Guests began throwing chestnuts at the ladies, who got down on their hands and knees and scrambled frantically, like the cook at Denny's when I held him at gunpoint, trying to collect as many as they could. After this went on for a while, Alexander was like, alright kiddos, game time. Whoever can bang the most broads before the night's over wins Rome's finest silks, and the only condition is that anybody who makes a joke about nutting on someone's chest gets disqualified. It's too easy. This is all according to that one Johann guy, mind you. Some secondary sources differ pretty significantly on the more lurid details of all this, so do take it with a grain of salt. But at the same time, this guy was the official record taker for the ceremonies he was involved with, so it seems equally likely to me that the other guys just wanted to save a bit of face, but who knows. In the end, primary sources are usually the most reputable source of information. After all, what better way to learn about stuff than from people who have direct experience in the subject? That's why you need to try Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. Let's say you have some kind of grand goal you want to achieve, like, say, starting your own papacy and taking over the world. Skillshare's got all the resources you'd ever need to bring that goal to fruition. You got 10 ways to boost your natural charisma, very important with any new religion. How do the wealthy create tax-exempt wealth? That's a given. Basics of balloon twisting, just cause they say children are the most important ones to indoctrinate, you know, the whole Joe Camel theory, etc. Join the more than 7 million people already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers. The first 500 people who visit the link in the description will get 2 months of unlimited access to the 25,000 plus classes on Skillshare for absolutely free, so please, start filling up that void in your skull you call a brain today. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
Hey kids, animal test subjects have always been an important facet of science, since they allow us to study physiology in more destructive ways than we could get away with on humans. So it should come as no surprise that, over the years, there's been a lot of creatures haphazardly thrown at the cosmos against their will. Here's a bunch of smelly animals that achieved more in their short lives than you ever will. Quick disclaimer, this is by no means a comprehensive list, not even close, we'd be here all day if it was. More so just a highlight reel of the ones I found the most interesting. So the Great Zoo in the Sky was first founded in 1947 when the US launched a craft containing a bunch of fruit flies 68 miles into the air in order to see what kind of horrible mutants would get made from all the cosmic radiation up there. Unfortunately, they were totally fine, so the Earth was like, hey, living things can go into space and not die instantly, supple. And the next year they decided to send up a rhesus macaque named Albert, which it seems kind of like jumping the gun to go from barely alive specks to basically a person in one step. If it were me, I would have thrown like a frog or a gerbil in between there, but whatever, I'm no cosmopolitan. Anyway, Albert died of suffocation on the way up and never really made it to space alive. Fun fact, this rocket was actually a V-2 missile stolen from the Germans after World War II. So just in case any of you have any sympathy for those Nazi characters, they're technically responsible for the death of a poor innocent space monkey. Pretty condemning if you ask me. But I guess the US felt pretty bad about it, so they decided to deal with their grief by naming the next monkey Albert II. Pretty unhealthy coping mechanism according to my shrink, but she also thinks punk is dead, so what does she know? This Albert actually made it into space alive through a grand effort incorporating all the incredible cutting-edge technology that the atomic era had to offer. And after all that, they goofed on the parachute, so Albert II turned into a fine red mist on impact, which just goes to prove the age-old adage: you can lead a monkey to space, but you can't make him land. There were a few more Alberts after this. Albert III fucking exploded. Albert IV made it up, but he had another tissue paper parachute what don't work for heck, so he's out. Albert V, yet again, bad chute, liquefied on impact, until finally, in 1951, on Albert number 6, they figured out how to make a big blanket that consistently makes you not immediately die when you fall from the sky, and the monkey was recovered alive from the capsule, alongside his 11 mouse roommates. Of course, he died 2 hours later, but hey, still counts. Earlier that same year, Russia launched 2 little pupniks named Tsigan and Dzik, both of whom came back unharmed. These 2 were the first vertebrates to ever leave Earth and come back alive. Then in 57, the Reds snagged another achievement by putting the first living thing into orbit, besides the bacteria clinging to Sputnik 1, but they're losers, we don't talk about them. Specifically, they launched one brave and daring dog from the streets of Moscow, probably the most famous animal to ever go into space. You know its name well. That dog is, of course, Airbud. Unlike those other guys we talked about, Laika was never planned to be recovered intact, since we barely knew how to put something into orbit by this time, let alone bring it back. But they still wanted to make sure she stayed alive long enough to at least reach space. So before the mission, they put her through the most rigorous canine space camp that Russia had to offer, throwing her in a centrifuge for a while to get her used to G-force, making her cage progressively smaller to get her used to cramped spaces, which made her just not shit anymore at all, but that's a different story. They also switched her diet to a special high nutrition gel that she would have eaten after takeoff, you know, had her brain not crapped out from overheating within the first few hours. In 59, the US strapped 2 monkeys to the nose cone of a Jupiter missile and actually got them back alive afterwards, which is crazy mostly because these things withstood 38 G's of acceleration. For context, that's the force that makes even trained pilots lose consciousness times 4, or this thing times 12, or roughly the same forced experience when you realize that's not a normal speed bump, but one of those evil tiny ones that ruin your life, you know the ones. Well, that's what you get for doing 25 near a hospital, Sam. Well, hey, good thing I'm already here considering the ballistics test that just went down between the roof of my car and my frickin' skull. Jesus. So in 61, we graduated from monkeys to great apes, sending up a chimpanzee named Ham. Remember Space Chimps? Yeah, it was that. Frame for frame, Andy Samberg and all. What's special about Ham is that he was actually trained to pull levers and slap buttons while up in the ship, being rewarded banana pellets for completing tasks and getting his feet tased whenever he messed up. Sounds like a cartoon, I know, but I promise it's for real. Meanwhile, the Soviets were busy putting a big, bald, smart ape into orbit, no big deal. France saw the US and Russia sending up monkeys and dogs and felt left out, so in 63, they launched a cat into space and were like, yeah, that's cool and unique. I'm one of the popular kids now. In 68, the Soviets
it saw the rabbit making rice cakes on the moon and said, how about a tortoise for that hare, launching 2 of them into deep space, all the way around the moon and back to Earth, where they were recovered alive after their capsule landed in the ocean. Kinda cheating when you are your own crash suit, but an impressive feat regardless. In 73, we put mummy chogs in space. What's a mummy chog? It's one of these things. Like a fish, but real rough and tumble. Tolerates low oxygen, weird pressure, high salinity, dishwasher safe, Energy Star rated, you name it, sister. At first they could only swim in circles, but after a couple weeks they actually adapted to zero G and figured out how to maneuver properly. Even more interesting, we also brought mummy chog eggs, and when these hatched, the little mummy choglets knew how to swim in zero G immediately. Kinda spooky, honestly. That same mission also sent up some spiders who managed to spin some webs. Trash webs, mind you, but hey, they managed. In 78, The Muppet Show aired Pigs in Space for the first time. In 85, we cut off the arms of a bunch of newts and set them up to see if they grow back the same way. The reasoning behind this being, if a newt can't grow stuff back, then an astronaut with a paper cut probably can't either. Fortunately, they rearmed themselves at the normal rate, so all's good on that front. Around the same time, NASA actually had talks with Sesame Street about sending Big Bird up on the space shuttle as a publicity stunt. This is real. The plan ultimately fell through after they realized Big Bird is fucking giant and unwieldy at all times, literally the worst possible choice for a celebrity cameo on a space shuttle. So instead they sent a school teacher in his place. And then the Challenger fucking exploded. Let me reiterate. There is a timeline not too far from this one where Big Bird is a casualty in the single worst astronautical disaster in history. A tiny evil part of me almost wishes that happened, like that's just so indescribably absurd. In the early 90s, we set up some baby jellyfish to grow up in space just for laughs. They figured out how to maneuver just fine, but when we brought them back down, they literally didn't have a concept of gravity and couldn't orient themselves properly in their new environment. Which, being a jellyfish is the easiest thing there is. You just kinda exist, maybe squirm a little now and then. So when you manage to somehow mess that up, you know things have gone seriously wrong. In 2003, the US sent up a bunch of invertebrates, including silkworms, spiders, carpenter bees, and harvester ants. Whoops, they exploded. In 07, some tardigrades went up, totally exposed to the vacuum of space for 10 days, which, surprise, surprise, they were fine. On that same mission, a cockroach gave birth, creating the first organism that we know of to ever have been conceived outside of Earth. And finally, in 2018, Elon Musk sent a big basket of mice to the International Space Station. Just, you know, 'cause he can. So those are just a handful of God's creatures who got to experience the majesty of not knowing up from down. If you're like me, you're probably a little jealous. Why does an ugly ape get to go into space, but I don't? I wish to bear witness to the music of the spheres firsthand, in a way that a lower creature could never appreciate. You know why you feel like that? Because you're a nerd. And what better way to fill that space-shaped space in your shriveled nerd heart than a vast collection of high-quality documentaries? That's why you need to try CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream was founded by the dude behind the Discovery Channel, and it's an absolute treasure trove if you're someone like me who feeds off useless knowledge like a loach sucking algae off a fish tank. And with over 2,400 titles, a lot of which are CuriosityStream exclusives, it'd be hard not to find something that interests you. I personally recommend Deep Ocean, The Lost World of the Pacific. There's some freaky things down there, like basically aliens. The whole thing's just one massive trip. You can get unlimited access to their full library for just $2.99 a month. I know it's a cliche, but that's literally less than a cup of Starbucks coffee a month. Also, you can get your first 30 days completely free if you sign up at curiositystream.com/salmonella and use promo code salmonella during the sign-up process. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and I still don't know what Ligma is.
Hey kids, if you've ever been Black Friday shopping or visited the Diablo subreddit recently, chances are you've encountered mass hysteria at some point. Mass hysteria is known medically as mass psychogenic illness, or MPI for short. It's basically just when a bunch of people start acting a fool for no discernible reason other than maybe a stressful environment. Being that this sort of thing is naturally very noticeable, there's loads of documented cases found all throughout history. Let's take a look at a few. This first one is what made me make this video in the first place. So one day sometime in the Middle Ages, a group of nuns in a French convent were enjoying a quiet, uneventful day, until one of them decided to start meowing. You know, like a cat. You'd think this would last all of 4 seconds before another nun was like, "Excuse me, Sister Gertrude, would you kindly cut the shit?" But instead, another nun joined in, and another, until basically the entire nunnery was exchanging mouths like a group of communist trading card enthusiasts. This wasn't just a one-time thing either, it basically became integrated into their way of life. It's said that on a given day, they would stand there meowing in each other's faces for hours at a time. Could you imagine being the first outsider to witness this? You might laugh now, but as they say, everybody gangsta till the nuns start meowing. I'd void my bowels and move to Malaysia without even thinking. Miles more terrifying than this pile of garbage. As you can imagine though, after a while it stopped being scary and just got annoying, leading to the neighbors calling in a band of soldiers to deal with the situation. Hey guys, can we talk to you for a sec about Yeah, that. All due respect, but we have orders to literally beat the hell out of you with whips till you start acting like people again. Sorry, sir. It's just force of habit. Haha, habit. Seriously though, we would rather go to hell for throttling a gaggle of nuns than put up with another minute of your bullshit, caprese? Our next event took place in the parish of Fatima, Portugal in the year 1917. It all started with 3 shepherd children, ages 10, 9, and 7 respectively. They were like, "Greetings, fellow Portugueseites. We've been seeing visions of the Virgin Mary, and she told us to tell you that some real crazy shit's gonna go down in the sky on October 13th. Now, if 3 random farm children started spouting out prophecies to the public today, you'd say, "Ha, what tomfoolery. Go play in some dirt, you dirty little dirt baby." But keep in mind, the past is a different country. And Portugal's a different country. So that's like different country squared you gotta think about. Plus this was during World War I, a time where a lot of people were holding out for a miracle to begin with. So the kid's story was actually picked up and even spread by local newspapers, to the point where, when the day finally came, at least 30,000 people gathered in Fatima to witness the alleged miracle. Lo and behold, on that day, the sun began zooming around, careening towards Earth and sending rays of multicolored light cascading across the sky, creating a light show like nobody's ever seen. Keep in mind, this happened in the 20th century, way after the era where belief in divine jiggery and or pokery was considered mandatory, so naturally there were plenty of skeptics and non-believers present, and even they saw it all happen. Or so they thought. How do we know the sun didn't really whiz around haphazardly that day, Well, number 1, use your frickin' brain. And number 2, accounts differed wildly from person to person. While some say the sun zigged hither, others say it zagged thither, and others still said it shined a brilliant yellow and stayed perfectly still. As such, it was eventually concluded that the event was just a combination of MPI and weird eye stuff from too much sun staring. Although I'd like to believe it was real, just that Jesus' illusion skill was way higher than his alteration at the time. Yep, that's it. Sam's going to hell. Why, for blasphemy? Trust me, that was the least offensive part of that joke. Our next tale took place in 1962 in Tanganyika, which was basically just the beta version of Tanzania. The nation had just declared its independence from Britain the previous year, and with the future so uncertain, tensions were naturally running high around this time. One little girl in a Tanganyikan school ended up handling the stress in a bit of an unusual way. Rather than overeating or staring at her ceiling for hours like a normal person, she just started laughing, and laughing, and laughing. Pretty soon, her classmates at the all-girls school she attended began to join in, to the point where 95 of the 159 students caught the gigglies, which lasted anywhere from a few hours to 16 days straight. Beyond just the unprovoked cackling, other odd behavior included aimless running and occasional violence. The problem got so severe that the school was forced to close down temporarily, leading to the chortlers roaming the streets, spreading the affliction further. Thousands of people from all strata came to be affected, with 13 additional schools being shut down in the progress. Over the course of the hysteria, several other symptoms began to present themselves as well, ranging from obvious ones such as breathing problems, fainting, random screaming, to more anomalous things like rashes. Despite all this, no physical cause could be found, leaving MPI as the only explanation. The epidemic finally died down after between 6 and 18 months of day in, day out laughter, depending on the village. While this whole thing likely sucked for most people involved, it probably could have been worse. A lot of the time when I'm alone, I'll think to myself, man, if I ever go full schizo, I hope I'm one of the laughy ones, not one of the screamy ones. With this story in mind, just maybe, if I put my mind to it and believe hard enough, I can be both. Flashback to the year 1518 to the city of Strasbourg, at the time part of the HRE. A woman named Mrs. Trophy began fervently dancing in the streets for no discernible reason, for hours, then days. All without music, of course. Her only breaks consisted of occasional food intake and passing out from exhaustion when night came. If you saw that today, you'd just be like, ha, Drugs. But apparently people found it pretty inspiring because within a week, 34 others had joined in, and after a month, there were around 400. This wasn't your casual bobbing up and down neither. This shit made Zumba look like Tai Chi. Here's the best modern day simulation I could find. Now imagine that both of those people were the same person and you got the dancing plague. This would take a toll on any healthy person, let alone a medieval city dweller. But despite bleeding feet and aching bones, they just kept going. In fact, they went so hard for so long that a good portion straight up fucking died from cardiac arrest. It got to the point where around 15 dancers were kicking the bucket every day before the city decided they had to do something about it. They managed to rule out any divine or supernatural causes, which was necessary just because, back in medieval times, it was fucking stupid. They eventually surmised that it was a natural disease caused by too much hot blood, as per that whole four humors thing that was popular at the time. As for a cure, their prescription was, get this, more dancing. I can see where they were coming from. It's pretty sound logic. If you got a song stuck in your head, you play it till you're sick of it, same kind of thing. But here's where they goofed. The authorities actually went out of their way to facilitate the dancing, setting up a big stage area and even hiring musicians to keep the afflicted moving. All this achieved was attracting more passerby who were like, man, mass psychogenic illness looks frickin' epic, let's get in on that, causing the contagion to become even more widespread. Seeing that their solution backfired, the city then went the other way and completely banned any public dancing. Those who still showed signs of the mania were subsequently carted off to the Shrine of St. Vitus, where an exorcism-like ritual was performed on them. This ended up being highly effective, presumably for no other reason than that the dancers believed it would work, and after nearly 2 months, the plague was quelled. While this whole thing was most likely a case of good old-fashioned MPI, some historians believe it might have been egged on in part by ergotism, a state of psychosis brought on by eating tainted bread, which I talked a little bit about in this video. Ding. And hey, while I'm shilling from my channel, I might as well give a shout out to another as well. Today's video is sponsored by Cheddar, a network focused on producing fascinating content covering topics like technology, products, businesses, and the like through the lens of innovation. Here's one about desire paths, like those lines of dead grass from people taking more convenient routes through places. It's one of those things that plenty of us have thought about but never actually explored in depth like this video. Cheddar's full of intriguing stuff like that. I highly recommend giving them a look. If you're more science oriented, they still got you covered with their Cheddar Explorer series. This one's all about how we can be sure if a species is really extinct or not. They talk a bit about animals we thought were gone that suddenly reappeared out of nowhere. Super interesting, go check it out. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella and thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Hey kids, hope you had yourself a merry little whatever. I know I did. What do you like best about the holiday experience? My personal favorite part is where we systemically brainwash children into thinking they're supernatural beings who judge their every move and then invade their house at night. Now, everyone knows Santa, good old Saint Nick, ol' Father Christmas, ol' Christopher Kringle, ol' Elpheus Prime, slayer of elk and bringer of Xboxes. And you've probably heard of some other characters somewhere too. Guys like Krampus, Belsnickel, Charlie Brown, Xi Jinping. Well, today I want to show you guys some more obscure Yuletide beings from different cultures all across the globe, but mostly Europe. Now, this first creature's name comes from the Welsh. As a matter of moral principle, I personally don't formally recognize the Welsh language. Maybe someday they'll figure out how W's and Y's work, then it'll be a different story, but for the time being, you'll have to excuse me for not condoning bullshit like this. So the thing allegedly called Mari Lwyd isn't a true mythical creature per se, but more so a tradition carried out for at least the past few centuries in South Wales. No, I mean Old South Wales. This is how it works. Every holiday season, the village rapscallion will take a horse's skull and affix it to the end of a pole. Kinda like one of these things, except, awful. The skull is typically decorated in some way, and sometimes they put in a lever so you can make the mouth move on its own. Then a white sheet is draped over the pole and its holder, thus giving the illusion that Famine himself has come to destroy all your figgy pudding. From here, one would think that the nightly festivities would include welshing your trousers and repenting for a lifetime of naughtiness, but no, it gets better. You know that whole mouth-moving thing? Turns out that's not just for taking wild snaps at the faces of innocent children. The Mari Luid and its party of caretakers will go around to random houses and sing a song about wanting to be let inside. The inhabitants are then expected to sing back with excuses as to why they don't want this abomination in their home. All in rhyme, of course. This goes back and forth until either the Mari Luid gives up or the party's invited in, at which point they get to raid your pantry and drink all your beer. So if you ever find yourself rap battling a horse skull in South Wales, don't panic. It's normal, I guess. Next we have Frau Perchta, a witch-like being said to visit during the holidays in the Alpine regions of Germany and Austria. Depictions of Perchta can range anywhere between beautiful woman and whatever the hell this is, but usually they fall somewhere in between. She's also sometimes shown with this big weird floppy goose foot. That's because she's apparently real into spinning. Not the 2-foot kind though, the 1-foot kind. It's said that this delightful spinster pays a visit to all the little wiener schnitzels on the 12th night of Christmas. If you were well behaved and hard working this year, she might leave you a small silver coin in your shoe. How kind. But if you've been an inattentive young lady and didn't spin all your flax that year, Perchta will trample all your half-woven fibers as punishment, and you'll say, weird flax, but okay.
Fucking cut that out, Jesus.
Then there's the stuff Perchta considers especially naughty, which can vary depending on who you ask. If you left your house a mess, or you didn't leave out the traditional bowl of porridge, or maybe you didn't eat your ceremonial fish and gruel on feast day, that's when you've been a real goober. As recompense, she'll rip out your fucking intestines through your abdominal wall and then stuff your empty body cavity with pebbles and straw until you're just as plump as when she started. So, you win some, you lose some. Nobody knows what she does with your freshly harvested innards after she leaves. But being that she lives in the mountains and has an obsession with thread making, I think we can all infer the obvious truth. Of course, no discussion of folklore of any kind can truly be complete without taking a look at Iceland. Between the centuries of isolation and the volcanic fumes constantly spilling out over the countryside, it's no wonder that they're one of the world's biggest exporters of whack-ass mythology. Seriously, according to one 1998 survey, over 54% of Icelandic citizens said they believed in elves. Let me repeat that just so we're all clear. In 1998, the majority of the population of Iceland said they believed in elves, and a very large portion probably still does today. As such, the cast of characters said to visit during the holiday season over there is naturally quite diverse. The main lineup consists of the family pictured here. This is the leader of the bunch, a troll, goblin, ogreish type lady named Grilla. Grilla just fucking eats kids. That's it. She's said to prefer the naughty ones, but as long as it's small and made out of kid, she's game. Then you got her husband, Lepalu, who lives with her in her cave, generally considered to be equally ogreish. When the holidays roll around, if there's no soot in your fireplace, he'll reward you with a pickled herring. But if it's dirty, he'll scoop up the ash and dump it in your bed. Ooh. Nah, just messing with you. None of that's true. He also just eats children. The couple also has a giant cat called, this. The cat's main concern is whether or not a person received new clothes for Christmas. Pretty hypocritical considering it walks around naked all the time, but whatever. Anyway, if you got new clothes, then good for you. You got new clothes. On the other hand, if you didn't get any, well, can you guess what he does? You want to take a wild stab? Yeah, that's exactly right. He fucking eats you. Children, adults, doesn't matter. He'll even vor your dog. He doesn't care. Finally, you got the best of the bunch, the 13 Yule lads, each of which visits on a different day leading up to Christmas. They're kind of like the 7 dwarves, but whereas those guys are jolly and helpful and stupid shit like that, the only real goal of the Yule lads is to harass and inconvenience people as much as possible, and each one has a unique way that they go about doing that. I'm going to go through all 13. Now please remember, I am making none of this up. I'm not even going to try to say the Icelandic names, so I'll just give you guys the English translations, which are very apt by the way. First you got Sheepcoat Clod, who goes around harassing sheep, but he's easy to catch on account of his peg legs. Then there's Gully Gulk, who hides in gullies to steal milk from your cows. There's Stubby, he's real short. He eats the leftover crust out of pie pans. This one's called Spoon Licker, he licks spoons. He's also incredibly thin on account of malnutrition for some reason. There's Pot Scraper, he scrapes pots. And Bowl Licker, who's like Spoon Licker. The key difference here being that
He licks bowls. You got Door Slammer, who slams doors in the middle of the night. And then Skier Gobbler, who gobbles up all your skier, which is like a Nordic yogurt type thing. Whoa, who's that up in the rafters? It's Sausage Swiper, of course. Here to swipe your sausages. And who's that in the windows? You bet your ass it's Window Peeper. Look at him peep. And who could forget our favorite, Doorway Sniffer, who sniffs your doorway with his giant freakish nose to seek out bread. There's Meat Hook, he steals your meat with a hook. And finally, Candle Stealer, who fucking, you get the picture. So, if you know some kids who just won't behave, maybe it's time to take a page out of Iceland's book come next holiday season. Now remember, your friend dressed up as Grilla doesn't have to actually eat the kids. Just bite him a couple times, that'll be enough. Anyway, with New Year's right around the corner, the time comes to make our New Year's resolutions. While you may spend New Year's Eve getting hella turnt, why not spend New Year's Day getting hella learnt? You can do just that with Skillshare.org. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 classes in design, business, technology, and more. Premium membership gives you unlimited access to high-quality classes on must-know topics, so you can improve your skills, unlock new opportunities, and do the work you love. Beyond technical skills, there's plenty of lifestyle type stuff on here that'd be perfect for building the 2019 you. Check this one out. Beat procrastination once and for all. Maybe if I had taken this course, this video would have been out, before Christmas. Do you speak any other languages? Well, you could. Believe me, I get a lot of joy of shoving my français down other people's throats. If you try one of these guys on for size, you could be doing the same in no time. Join the millions of students already learning on Skillshare today with a special offer just for my viewers. The first 500 people who visit the link in the description will get 2 months of unlimited access to the 25,000 plus classes on Skillshare for absolutely free. What are you waiting for? Go! Don't just stare at me with your glassy eyes. People are taking them already. Go, hurry, run! Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching. Nah, but seriously, fuck Swift the cockatiel. Look at this ugly tree-sniffing idiot. I hope he gets AIDS. I mean it.
So this video is a little different than the usual ones I put on my channel. For that reason, I'm going to explain a little bit about it, and I'm also going to introduce myself because I have a feeling this is going to be watched by some people that don't usually watch the other videos. My name is Joseph Anderson, and I have played Fallout 76 for almost 100 hours. I am a games critic and sort of a streamer, and I played 76 for that much in order to do a video on it that has since been released. This video is all about cataloging all of the glitches that I encountered while playing the game. And while that's probably been overdone at this point, I thought it might be important to have a video that is just from one perspective, one person's journey with the game, and all of the glitches and problems that they encountered just as one playthrough that was, like I said, almost 100 hours. The clip that's playing right now is one of the few times that loading into the game took 2 to 3 times longer than it usually did. Now what's special about this one is that this is after the latest patch that went into the game at the time of recording. It is February 5th right now when I'm recording this, and not only did it have a problem with taking too long, it also did this that's on the screen at the moment. It failed to load for the first time. It also shows this weird psychedelic background that is unrelated to the load screen. You'll see in a second when it does finally finish loading that this is what is meant to be on the screen after loading is finished. And for whatever reason it tried to load it and it messed up, and yeah, there you go. This is what it was supposed to do. The lighting also changes in a second here, which I thought was a bit weird, but yeah, you're first loading into the game, but so that's how it is. Yeah, so this video is going to be going through all the glitches that I found. It's probably unnecessary, but I think it's important to have that there as a proof of how bad this game was and how poorly it was put together. And we're going to start with the duplicating camp glitch. So as you play the game, you will move your camp around the world map and make a base that is mobile, and you'll have crafting stations like this cooking one that failed to load for some reason with the menu, and you'll also have containers that you can see in the back. Oh, it worked. There you go. It showed up on the screen after all. Containers in the background that you can store stuff in. Containers are all linked to the same inventory, so it doesn't matter how many you put down. They're just decorative. One container will link to the whole thing. I think you can even store stuff in the camp box directly. So what you're going to see here is that right now it's a normal camp. This is probably the second camp I've put down. As you can see, or maybe you saw just a second ago, there were 2 camping stations. There are 2 cooking fires there. And the reason why there are 2 is that every single time I moved my camp, everything that I built would duplicate itself. I haven't realized that yet. I just misremembered and thought that I maybe had built 2 campfires, and I haven't realized that yet, and I have no idea what's waiting for me. So this is just a standard camp, you know, the cooking stations, some boxes that I put down, and yeah, just a normal thing here. Some workshops, a weapons bench, and an armor workbench, and yeah, so that's it. I have no idea what's waiting for me, and then we move on to the other one. This is the 3rd camp I think I built, and as you can see in the top right, I had 8 cooking stations, and I'm putting them down now, and I'm really bewildered at this point because in the 2nd camp, I thought, okay, this is a little weird, why do I have 4 now? And now I have 8, and it's really dawning on me what's happening here. So I'm putting them all down as an experiment to see what would happen when I go to the next camp, and I'm doing the same for my weapons workbenches and everything else. I have 4 of those. And I'm very confused, and I'm also excited because I have an inkling about what's about to happen. And here are all my stash boxes that I'm stacking into a tower that kind of snap together like Lego blocks and become their own thing that stores on its own. It stores the whole tower instead of the pieces. Yeah, so here's the next camp, which as you can see now, they're all stacked up as their own tower. And I'm putting on my chemistry station, and here we go. Cooking stations are now up to 16, so we've gone from 8 to 16. And I'm having a lot of fun explaining to Mandalore about what's happened to the camp. There's a little bit of lag here. The servers were really laggy this night. And I'm putting them all down, and I'm arranging them the best I can. Even right now, I'm already worried about space, and I'm concerned that I'm not going to be able to get them all down because we had a camp on this cliff. But I get it done. And yeah, there you go. There's my tower boxes. And we're up to 16 cooking stations. Here's the next one that we made on a hill that has a bit more space. And as you can see, I have 32 cooking stations now. So every single time it is just doubling. So my guess is that it puts them back into the camp storage space. And is meant to destroy the other ones that were already out in the world. And instead of doing that, it just draws them back in at the same time. That's my amateur guess, but who knows, it could be anything. For some reason this dog is just hanging out. Oh, now it's attacking me. Okay, cool. I completely forgot about the dog. Same thing with the weapons workbenches and everything else, and as you can see, the storage crates behind me as well. So there's my beautiful cooking stations. Oh, we're on the next one now, and this I think is the best one. I have 64 now. Yep, 64. I get higher than this, but I think this is the best one for how it looks. So now I'm arranging them kind of on in lines, kind of on a grid, because I want to maximize space. Because I was enjoying myself doing this part. And yeah, you'll get to see them all right now. Yep, there they are. There's my beautiful arrangement with my tower boxes. Yeah, 64 cooking stations, all in the street. Other people can see this as they're walking around, and I have to wonder if anyone found my camp while I was gone from it, and what they thought of me and my arrangement. So a little thing that happened with the next one is I don't know if it jumped ahead, you know, X-Men style, or if I just forgot to record some part of my playthrough, or I just couldn't find it. I went through all my footage, so I think if it had been there, I would have found it. I have 320 cooking stations now, so I don't know if it just duplicated too many more times or anything, or if I just missed one of my recordings, but yeah, 320 is pretty bad. This is another glitch that can happen with your camp, and it's probably because I have so much stuff down. The interface won't show up when you try to use the workstations, so you have to just cancel out of it and just roll the dice again when you use it. And I think all of them are bugged out in this clip. None of them work at all. It's pretty bad. It's pretty frustrating. Sometimes you can get stuck in them too, and we'll see that a little later. Whenever you exit out of your workbench, you'll just get thrown back into it right away, and you'll have to hope that you can get yourself free. And the last clip we're going to see here from this section is when they fix the bug. So this is after a patch. I think this was at the end of December, and as you can see, I have 107 cooking stations. So for whatever reason, it settled at 107, or maybe 107 is the amount that I could put in the previous campsite because I ran out of space. I couldn't put all 320 down. So we have 107, and I put them down, and then, much to my dismay, the bug was dead, and they fixed it, and I didn't have the duplicating camp glitch anymore. So in the interest of keeping with some of the more interesting glitches at the start of the video, this is one of my favorites. It's the Robot King glitch. So there's a place called the White Springs, and it's in the middle of the map, and it is patrolled and maintained by a army of robots. When you first come here, they're all hostile to you, but you can go to somewhere on the map and get I think it's a key card that will make them all friendly to you. So when you get here, they won't attack you anymore. I have that key card now, so I'm very eager to explore this place for the first time because the robots are a bit overwhelming. And of course, being the scumbag that I am, I go up to the first friendly robot and think, oh, well, if they're friendly, I can get a lot of XP from killing these one at a time. So let's see what happens. So I take out my super sledge, and I hit this robot, this Assaultron. And so far, or at first, it's okay. The other Assaultron aggroes, and that got me a little worried. But, oh yeah, here's another glitch that happens too. Event tea time has started. That's across the map, but I have no idea why it triggered. I'm nowhere near that. I'm miles and miles away, and yet that triggered for some reason. It's kind of weird. Anyway, so I'm attacking this Assaultron, and now my attacks aren't doing damage because the servers are crapping out, even though it can still move somehow. And the reason for that is that you can see the background right now, it's beginning. These Mr. Handies are appearing because every single robot in the area has aggroed onto me because I attacked this Assaultron. For some reason, it really... the loot table disappears from that robot before I had a chance to loot it. This will be a theme here, as you can see. As I'm hitting them, their corpses will vanish, and you can't loot them. You also don't get XP for some reason. So every robot has aggroed onto me and is coming. And that's why the servers are starting to struggle, because it is just downright overwhelming. I have a theory that the robots are also duplicating as they're coming over too for some reason. If you look carefully, you can see some of them just appearing out of thin air, but that could also be lag. I have no idea what's really going on here. So I'm attacking them, and it's really frustrating. They're not hitting me back, but it's frustrating because I can't really land my hits very well, and it feels like there's no feedback. But it's also really hilarious, and then it soon dawns on me that maybe I shouldn't be fighting them. Maybe I should be leading them out of the place to see if they'll follow me. And because if this happened in Fallout 4 or any other game, I would try and push it a little bit and see what would happen. And yeah, they're following me. They're anchored onto me pretty hard. They're still not attacking. The other robots in the background are, but these ones aren't. I think there's another player in the area that's following along too, probably wondering what the hell is going on. So you can see the lag. They're stuttering as they're following in a train, and I'm thinking about if I could lead them across the map at this point, but I think I give up on that. I think I get bored, or I decide not to push the servers too hard because I was a little worried, but that doesn't sound like me, so maybe I got distracted by another enemy as we were going. Oh, or the lag got too bad. So yeah, it kind of speaks for itself. I'll try and fill it in as it keeps on going. I think we jump ahead a bit here. Sorry, it's just really funny watching this. I think we jump ahead a bit here to another part of the White Springs. And I think my super sledge breaks, my weapon breaks because I'm hitting too many enemies around here. As you can see, the hits aren't landing again. And after it breaks, I die. I got distracted. Oh, there's the guy that's role-playing as Kellogg from Fallout 4. He's just hanging in the air there. So yeah, my super sledge breaks, and then I die. I think the Mr. Handy start hitting me here. Or maybe there's just a lot of guys in the background. But death, I'm still the king. Even after dying, I'm back. And they still want to follow me. So I get up on this cliff here to make my address to my followers, and now they're having none of it. Now they want to kill me, so they're all gathering around, and they will hit me now, even though their animations are completely bugged out. So yeah, no animations, but they're still hitting me, because why not? Why not? I start killing them, and I destroy all of them, completely clear it out, and for whatever reason, they stop spawning. Or maybe these were all the ones that aggroed. But then I find their source, and of course, being the shit disturber that I am, I decide to see what happens if I attack them right next to where they spawn. And I kill them all, and there's some problems. And I think they were about to spawn en masse again, and I was going to see their secrets, but no, the server was one step ahead of me, and it crashed. So I'm pretty sure that this crashed the whole server. At least that's what I hope so. Maybe it was just for me. Speaking of crashes, up next I'm going to let part of the video play by itself, which is an audio log of Mandalore and me playing the game and reacting to a crash that happened where voice chat continued even though the game was down, the launcher was off, and we shouldn't have been able to hear each other, but Mandalore could still hear me on his end. I couldn't hear him because he was using push-to-talk instead of an open microphone. Push-to-talk wasn't working anymore, but yeah, he could still hear me, and I'll just let that play by itself.
Oh god, I hear it.
Oh, it loaded. I was just typing, like, maybe we're perma-bugged. It was still loading.
I heard the typing, yeah. What the fuck happened?
Oh, my
How was
quests are
that
back.
possible? Oh god, that's good! I'm glad that the game, you never leave your friends behind, even when you're not playing. Thank you, Todd Howard.
I have to wonder, like, any
Keeping the team
friendship
together,
ending
whether you like it or
comments after the game's done.
Oh, thanks, that's really fun. Can't believe that fucker made me buy this. Fucking hate that stupid asshole. Yeah, Tom? Yeah, Grifter's a fucking idiot. He had me play this game. Oh shit, how's he hearing me?
The quests.
How is that possible? We had everything.
Yeah, I don't know either. It must have still been running somehow, and like because it's a separate program, right? Because you can talk during load screens and shit, and
Yeah,
And it
but it's
doesn't
like
look-
we
yeah.
have the game closed, launcher's closed, but it's like, oh, I can still hear everything.
I don't.
It just works.
It just works. I can't imagine how
so
the developers thought, the coders thought when Todd comes down, you know, from his nest and says, "We're gonna make an online Fallout game." Like, oh no. Okay, what's the new engine? There isn't one. Oh no.
I mean, because when the game was lagging, the voice wouldn't. So they clearly do have it on something separate.
Yeah.
But it's like, what is that that's separate?
I'm finding it hard to hear you now. Does it reset your sound options every single time you?
Maybe.
I can't. The volume slider is lagging.
Oh yeah, you have to like click on the end. If you try to click drag it, you will never do it. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I've tried to click drag it and it doesn't work. It goes like half a pixel to the left. So you just click on the end. That's how sliders work.
Did robots also make the game? Like who the fuck?
Actually, the robots procedurally generated a crank for the options menu. And the good boys of Bethesda said make it a slider.
So speaking of Mandalore, we encountered quite a few glitches as we played together. This one is triggered by a load screen. So when you go into a new area, you have a chance of losing all of your clothes and armor. But it's only a visual bug. So you'll still have them on your screen, but the other player will see you as naked. So I see Mandalore as naked here. No armor, no clothes. And then I tell him,
What do you mean, why am I naked? What?
this happened quite a few times. Probably would happen more often if there are more load screens, but there aren't that many load screens to go inside to places, at least not ones that we encountered together. Sometimes when you go out from inside load screen into the world, you can still be naked. And here's another one of where we are both naked, I think, when we go through this load screen. And this is the most messed up one, where he is naked but also in power armor. And as you can see, his chest and arms and legs are deformed because the game still thinks he's in power armor. It's pretty creepy. Speaking of glitches that happen when you load into areas, here's one that is about flickering. So the world will flicker, or the rooms will flicker when you go into them. There's multiple glitches in this one here that I'm playing it multiple times. First of all, you're meant to be frozen in place when you go through a load screen into a new area, but I can move before loading is done, which is not meant to happen. Then it pushes me back into the start of the room, and as I go forward, the flickering stops. There's another glitch here where enemies in this area already know I'm in here and they are firing from across the map, and I'll shut up so you can hear it when it plays. This area is where I encountered this bug the most. It happened 3 separate times. There's some other glitches that happened in this area too, but it wasn't the only room that this happened. As you can see here, it happens, I think it goes on for longer in this room, which is another area of the White Springs actually, with some fancy paintings and everything. I have no idea what's causing this one. There's another glitch involving flickering that if you're sensitive to flashing lights, you might want to look away from the screen for a little bit because it's a lot more intense than what we just saw on the screen right now. And this one is about VATS. Sometimes when you use VATS and you are done with VATS, whether you run out of action points or the enemy dies or something, it does this. Yeah, I have no idea. So that's the shortest one, and there's 3 more of these that we're going to look at. So here's a mangy rad rat. And I think it dies. No, I run out of action points. And yep, there it goes again. It goes on for twice as long this time, I think. It's not always this weapon, though. Sometimes it happens with melee weapons. And yep, I think this is the longest one that I had. I have no idea what's causing this. I think it's trying to go back into VATS mode, maybe. I'm just guessing, though. And here's the last one, which I use a Gatling gun, or Gatling laser gun. Yeah. I have no idea. Very uncomfortable. And if you looked away because you didn't want to see that, because you're sensitive to or anything, it's safe to look back at the screen now. So there are other problems involving shooting guns, but this time they're on the enemy side. So sometimes enemies will fire at you without aiming their gun at you. So they're just locked into this sort of half idle animation, and as you can see, he is just shooting without moving at all. You may also notice that his gun is exploded, and we'll be seeing more of that later, but I think we'll be seeing this a bit in some of the clips right now. So here it is again. I have quite a few of these. I could probably fill about half an hour with examples of this, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to show you some of them. Sometimes enemies, the Scorch will be in these positions and then they'll snap out of them, and this is usually when they don't aim their guns properly, and his gun is completely bugged as well. Sometimes shooting them once will knock them out of it, but not always. So this one, his gun is completely messed up, as you can see, and he is also not going to aim it at me while he's firing. And we have another one here. I think this one has a combat shotgun. Yep. This one snaps upright when I get close. Sorry, it just looks ridiculous every single time. Yeah, this happened more than it didn't with them snapping upright like that. Oh, this guy's attacking through a wall. I lumped this one in with the other ones that aren't aiming. He can attack through a wall. And these robots aren't creating projectiles to fire at me. They're also not doing damage. At least the one on the left isn't doing any damage. The one below is doing damage. Yeah, they're just shooting nothing. Yeah. This one is shooting at the floor and still doing damage, which is really funny. And this one is firing invisible energy lasers that are doing damage. And as you can see, I can't believe it. I'm looking around. I'm like, where's that coming from? There's no way it's that robot. And then he hits me again. You can see him doing the animation of firing the lasers, but they're just not creating any. And here we have another one here where he is not taking any damage as I'm hitting him, and he's also not aiming his gun, which brings us to other examples of enemies not taking any damage when I'm hitting them. Right off the bat with these ones, I have to say that it's going to be difficult to tell what's caused by lag and what is actually a glitch that is happening with hit detection. The problem with judging a lot of Fallout 76 is that the vast majority of the bugs might actually be the same bug, and that bug is the server and the client side of the game disagree on something, and the server is always going to win, so you will see a lot of problems crop up when it corrects itself on your side. At least I assume that the server is always going to win. I don't see how the client could win that sort of battle when it comes to telling the server where an enemy should be. So here, where I am clearly hitting the monster and it takes no damage, and this one in particular where it causes blood to splatter on contact, we slow it down and see it here, and damage doesn't register, is that a problem with hit detection, or is it just lag? Same for here where I am punching this ghoul over and over and over again, and right at the end, the ghoul decides, no, I'm just not going to take any damage until it finally falls over after eating 2 hits. And we'll see this again and again with enemies all over the game and throughout this section. This one is very strange in that the mole is blocking me, but it's not functioning like a normal block, and it's like I'm having a seizure as I'm trying to hit him with my super sledge here, and it will just not break through until the very end. Some of these ones here are more clearly lag, especially in this section here because the nuke has gone off, but this one here with the Scorched, I'm not sure. Like in a previous section we spoke about earlier, I could fill up probably about an hour, maybe more, of these examples, even keeping tight on them with all of the different enemies that resisted attacks. This one is weird because it registers the hit in the UI with a sneak attack in the top left and still doesn't deal any damage. And my thought here as I was playing the game was that if I wait long enough, will it finally register and will the ghoul die? And unfortunately that never happens. I think this is probably lag again, but it's very strange. He finally comes active and I hit him and he dies. This one is 100% lag, and this kind of makes it more complicated instead of clearer because the pop-up will show up here where it says that the server is having problems, and that will justify that the hit didn't register there. You can also see that his weapon is exploded again. But why this makes it more complicated is that you have examples like this one with this mole that's dancing around as he's just eating these hits with no damage, and also this ghoul here, is that it goes on for quite a while after the hit goes on, and there's still no message that pops up like it did with that scorched guy in the tunnel. These ones here around the White Springs are even worse because, especially the next one that's about to come up, it goes on for quite a while without that message popping up, which makes me think that maybe it's lag that is just affecting how the enemies work. I'm only guessing, I have no idea. I can say that I can walk around just fine without warping anywhere while this is going on, like between these fights, so it's very strange. This guy just eats a hit right on the head, and then after that he's fine, and then he dies and he acts like a normal enemy. Robots did that quite a lot, although I don't think that should matter. This one is an enemy that is lagged on hitting me as well, so the lasers will miss me and still do damage, or hit me and not do damage. And it's sort of like we're both lagged out, so it's an even fight, I guess. Yeah, so this I think was one of the first ones that I noticed that would do this, and I'm experimenting right now with seeing if I will take damage even when the laser doesn't hit me. There's another one coming up, I think it might be the next clip, where I actually run around a corner to see if the laser will do damage to me even though the enemy doesn't have line of sight. And yeah, here's a guy coming from behind me that's trying to save me from this robot even though I was doing an experiment, but that's okay. Yeah, so this is the one where I'm going around the corner and I'm still taking damage even though the laser isn't hitting me, and we'll do it on this corner now, and I'll keep popping back and in and out of cover, and yep, it's doing damage because the server, I believe, still thinks that I'm standing there when that laser goes out because it's just so laggy. This is an example of just how bad the combat is in the game because this affects everything. It not just hit detection, also enemy alert status, where they won't be able to find you, or it just feels like in order to make the game work, they had to shrink the detection of enemy sight and sound in order for the server to be able to handle having all of these enemies and players be online in a persistent world. We'll be seeing more of that later with enemies just walking around me, not realizing I'm there because it's been so suppressed in order to make it work, I believe. Also, something else that's been stripped away from Fallout 4 is that enemies will take damage to their limbs and show visible damage. And robot enemies will show visible damage when you shoot them, but it won't happen when you hit them with a melee strike for some reason. Maybe the server couldn't handle that. This one is a weird example of a super mutant with a minigun that seems to be indecisive about shooting. It's like he can't make a decision and he's only firing a couple shots and then stopping. Compared to that to Fallout 4 where super mutant will just really rail at you on full auto with those guns. It's really strange. A similar issue with this Robo Brain here that Mandalore and I are fighting. There was a few like these, but most of them worked properly, and that is, it never attacked us. It just put the smoke down. It has a gun, it has a ranged weapon. We encountered more later on that would fire at us, but this one wouldn't. For whatever reason, it just never would shoot at us no matter what. This is an example of kind of the same thing happening to me, where I have the crosshair on the super mutant for 3 separate shots, and whether because there's an invisible wall between us, or because of lag, or because there's just no hit detection going on, I do not shoot the super mutant even though it's right in front of me down the hall. It's not all bad though, and the next glitch we're going to talk about has its own special name in my premiere list, which is called the Super Sledge Chronicles. So about halfway through the game, I found this legendary item, the Vampire Super Sledge. Gain brief health regeneration when you hit an enemy, and you can see in action here, my health is going up a little bit whenever I hit the super mutant. Now, what was special about this is that, surprise, surprise, you don't actually have to hit anything with it. So right now you can see my health is going up even though I'm swinging at the sky. Right now I jump off a cliff, and I think, it doesn't matter, I can take damage because I have my vampiric super sledge that I can hit the bacteria in the air in front of me and get all my health back. And yeah, you'll just see more and more of this going on. Between pretty much every single battle, I would run around and swing my sledge at the sky to get all my health back instead of using a stim pack. Here you can see that it's actually giving me the buff. It only lasts for a second or so, so you have to be quick to see it in the status menu. And it's just functioning exactly like it would if I hit an enemy, so either it was completely bugged, this particular super sledge, I never found another item with vampiric on it, or they did not put in the detection that it actually needs to deal damage in order to give you this buff, which is the version that I'm going to believe because that's hilarious. As you can see, it coincidentally crashed the server. It has nothing to do with the Super Sledge because I was using it so often. But one thing I want to talk about here, which isn't a bug, is that this is an example of a bug being a good thing because this was my most prized possession in the whole entire game, and it didn't really break it that much. It felt like a real special find that I got this, and was the only time in the game where I felt like I discovered treasure, you know what I mean? So I think there's something there about it reinforces that idea that putting stuff in the game that breaks the game isn't always a bad thing, and it's worth exploring there. But what about if you don't have a vampiric super sledge? You will die. And this section is called Death Acrobatic because, yeah. So these are times when I died, and when I hit respawn, it would fling me forward or up in the air. Sometimes it would be very gentle, sometimes it would be like that, where I am doing acrobatics, as the name suggests. This one is special because after you die, you just respawn anywhere nearby, or on another player, I believe, and you run back to the little doggy bag that you drop on the floor, and it's just all your scrap that you've been carrying around, because scrap is so important. And this one's special because that didn't spawn. There was no scrap bag that time because screw you. That happened probably 1 in every 10 deaths, I think. You just did not get a scrap bag, and you just don't get any chance to reclaim your items. There's another example here of being flung up into the air after I die. That was one of the better world event quests, actually, that one that we were doing there. Here's another example. Sorry, it's funny. I'll try not to laugh. And here's some enemies doing it too. I hit him, I kill him, and he gets flung up into the air. I think the next one is Mandalore. Yeah, Mandalore takes a shot at this guy as I'm creeping forward to see all the Scorch together. And boom, headshot, and he goes way up in the air and then falls down. This mole goes into the wall. Good for him. Good acrobatics there. And this is not an acrobatic death, but it is the one time where I died, and when I went to respawn, it didn't give me anywhere to respawn, so I had to restart the whole entire game. That was a real good one there. I count that as a crash, actually. This one is when I died and I fell through the world, and you can see it all warp out of shape there. This happened a lot less than you might think. I can recall 3 times right now, and I'm only going to show one of them in this video. So good on them, but just because it didn't happen to me doesn't mean it didn't happen to others. And by others, I mean enemies. This section is named after a high school phenomenon and is called Stuck in Geometry. There's a wolf here stuck in the back of this excavator that I eventually kill, but I don't think I'm going to show that. He's just hanging out there. Oh, it's a dog, sorry, it's not a wolf. I think that's a good mistake, though. But this is one Mandalore found. It's a Mr. Farmhand that's stuck in a filing cabinet. No idea how he got there. Mandalore told me that he just found him like that, and he was keeping the cabinet warm with his little flame hover thing there. There's another one here that was stuck in this playground. This is a Mr. Prizebot that will sometimes spawn nearby and will approach you as a random event and will give you some sort of prize from a draw that must have been happening since before the war. So sometimes he must spawn inside geometry, I guess, like he did this time. And I could not put him out of his misery, so he was stuck there. This one is a little bit lighter than the other ones. He's stuck in the stairs and he won't come out. This is a Mole Man, which is one of the most mysterious enemies in the game. And I was very much looking forward to finding out their origins, but they were pretty boring. It's just some people that got stuck in a mine after the bombs dropped. So I snap him out of that and kill him. The next one is the start of ones that are stuck in the floor of the world. So this guy is completely buried there. That is not intentional, even though it looks hilarious. These bloat flies I'm not sure about. It feels like they should probably be like this. They should burrow themselves and ambush you, but as we'll see, these aren't the only enemies that do this, and it just doesn't feel right when you see them, especially when their wings start flapping before they're completely out of it. So this might not be a bug, it just might be a little off. Yeah, here's the other example of another bug buried in the ground, and that is not intentional. There's no way. We get to put this one out of its misery, though. F for the little bug. Up next is a category that I've called Blink and You'll Miss It, which is sort of a game that you can play for the rest of the video if you want, and these are glitches that you really have to be paying attention to see it. So here, these are 2 frames where when you switch weapons, something shows up on the screen, and it's really hard to tell, and if it hadn't happened more than once, I probably would have noticed it here. And this may not be fair, but I do have to wonder how many glitches I didn't notice throughout my playthrough because they were blink and you'll miss it. And I don't think it's fair because if I didn't notice it, why should I hold it against the game? But there were many glitches I found while putting this video together that I had no idea about. So here's another one where the screen flashes dark as I'm jumping over this railing. Really weird. And It may seem kind of petty to do this, but like look at that on the screen right now. It looks like it's been photoshopped in. Just imagine like the slight psychological effect of seeing stuff like this and you don't really know that it's there. So here we'll slow this down and this ghoul appears, shoots across the bridge and then falls, and you might not really notice it, but I think subconsciously you will, and it'll kind of mess with you a little bit and just makes you uncomfortable. Here the water disappears for a second, and here Mandalore will appear in front of me for a second as I'm running across this bridge. He just warps. And yeah, I think it's important to point these out because they're so strange. Here Mandalore's name shows up in front of me. It just flashes. And there are other ones like this with enemies where you'll be walking along and suddenly it'll say, hey, there's an enemy in front of you. And it's hard to tell if these are glitches, that the enemies are there and just invisible and not interactable, or that it's shooting a line way, way, way far in the distance and it's picking up enemies that haven't even been drawn in yet, that might be through the terrain even. But like I said, there are invisible enemies, so it's hard to tell, and we'll be looking at a few of them next. I've called this section Invisible Entities though, not enemies, because, as we'll see right now, it's not always enemies, sometimes it's friends. So here, Mandalore is invisible. Even though he's logged out, it's still showing him there. This time he's still in the game. He's actually left and gone into a cave nearby, but for some reason he's still here on the game, and you can even see his microphone's icon lighting up as he's talking to me, but the game still thinks he's out there. This one was particularly upsetting because you can see a honeybeast down here. This was the first honeybeast I ever saw in the game, and after I killed it, thinking like, what the hell is that? That looks cool. We went down and its corpse had vanished, but only for me. Mandalore could still see it. He's looking at it right now, and I couldn't loot it, and I couldn't take a better look, and I didn't see this enemy again for about 60 hours. This time it was a Snallygaster, which is a kind of a mutant that, like a mutant kind of, oh god, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a big snake wolf thing, and I'm in the forest investigating to see if it's in the distance because we just killed some Snallygasters in this area and it's showing up when I look in that direction, but we soon discovered that it's actually in the road right here. And this one was very strange because Mandalore couldn't see it and I could see its name and health bar. We couldn't do damage to it, but it got even stranger when we got close to it, as we'll see in just a second, that I couldn't occupy the same space as it, and it felt like it was moving a little bit, so maybe it was stuck somehow. So here I will run at it, and it's stopping me from moving, whereas Mandalore could move straight through with no problems. I could even jump up on it, and I would hover in the air a little bit. So yeah, I have no idea how many of these are spread across the map, which again, isn't that fair, but oh well. Here's one that we both encountered, which is its own video on the second channel. This is the invisible bear. So this is how it's meant to work. There's supposed to be a bear up here that you just shoot at, and there it is. And this is the experience that we had when we appeared here, which is that an invisible bear was attacking both of us and killed us. Then some super mutants showed up and sort of saved the day, but then the invisible bear killed them all, and I highly recommend you go on the second channel and watch the whole thing in full if you want to know the whole story. It was probably the funniest thing that happened to us during the playthrough. This is the last one we'll show, which is an invisible swarm of bees. And this one I could interact with, so it shows that it's inconsistent. Sometimes you can't shoot them, sometimes you can't see them, sometimes you can see them, you can't interact with them, and there you go. I kill it, and it spawns one dead bee to signify the whole swarm, and then vanishes completely. Sometimes enemies will vanish after you've seen them, sometimes during combat, sometimes on the horizon. So here in this battle, this ghoul just snaps out of existence in the middle of the fight. Here there's a dead radstag on the road that vanishes in front of me. Sometimes corpses become piles of blood and guts, and that's not what happened here. This corpse is just completely gone and I couldn't loot it. In here I go into this barracks and this guy vanishes as soon as I see him, which is kind of creepy. Same thing happens here in this factory here. This one is after a fight with a Scorchbeast Queen. There's a mole that's floating in the sky in the distance, and as I get close to it trying to kill it, it snaps out of existence and is gone forever. This one's a little hard to see. There are some ghouls that are on the road, and I'm going to kill them, and then they blink out of existence, and when I try to see them in the scope, they're just gone. Again, not a big deal. A lot of the problems we're going to look at aren't really that big, but when you add them all together, like this cockroach just falling, and you think, oh, that's it, but no, then the corpse vanishes, it really adds up over time to how poorly the game feels and how it's put together, and you can't even really trust anything. Going into a room or just fighting something, it all adds up to this really, really bad experience, or really, really funny experience, as we'll see with this next one. So these are enemies dying out of nowhere. They're not vanishing, they're just dying. So the first one is when I go into this building, and again, blink and you'll miss it maybe, this Scorched falls from the ceiling and just dies. So what's funny about this is that there's no hole at the top, so this guy fell through the terrain, I'm guessing. He just fell through the floor and died. There's another one here at this dam, which I saw a couple of glitches here. He just falls, and we'll see that again, slow motion. He just spawns, and then he falls, and then he dies. There's another one here with a bloatfly that ended up being at the end of the video, the first Fallout 76 video. So what I think happens is that when you arrive in an area that no one's been in a while, it does a check to see where all the enemies should be, and if that's broken or the server thinks that the enemy shouldn't be there yet, it tries to correct it, and if it can't correct it by moving the enemy in time, it just kills them instead of despawning it. I don't know why. That kind of throws a wrench in my theory. Why wouldn't they just despawn it? But then again, maybe the despawn is glitched and it's supposed to despawn as well as dying, and it doesn't work properly, so I don't know. This one here is a ghoul that just falls down dead as I'm approaching. There was also a house that I went to once and everything in it died all of a sudden, but I couldn't find that on the footage. Here a rad stag just falls over out of nowhere and dies, and I checked the map and there was no one nearby that could have shot it. Those guys on the map are too far away. Next is this room in the Enclave bunker. These robots would just keel over and die randomly while I was in there. Unfortunately, I was always busy in there and I couldn't get footage of it happening live, but I was the only one in the bunker, and yet they were just keeling over and dying. Yeah, it's very, very strange that you're just there and suddenly you hear something hit the ground, you turn around and a robot is just dropped dead. This one sticks out in my memory because it's a Mirelurk queen and they're just so large. So I'm going here to kill it and it just automatically dies as soon as I'm in range. So I run over to see if I can loot it because usually they have some good things on them. And as I'm getting there, the corpse then despawns. Pretty bad. That happened a couple times actually. Here this Mothman jumps away from me. There's a flash on the screen, I have no idea what that is. And then it just dies. There's now a pile of ash on the ground instead of this Mothman. Yeah, so he just jumped up and died in the middle of his transition, I guess. The last one we'll see here are friendly NPCs that are taking damage but won't die because they might be associated with a quest for some reason. So they will go all the way down to 0 HP, they might go into an inactive state, and then they'll recover back up again, and then they'll start the cycle again and again. There were some important quest givers that this happened to that we'll see later, and that one's really strange. I don't understand that. I really have trouble figuring that one out. Does the server think that they should be in different places, so it's causing them to take damage? I don't know why that would be, but it's like there's a damage aura in the place that is just continually going on them. Maybe it's that someone shot at them and the damage is finally registering a long time later. I have no idea. It's very, very weird. The next set are enemies that are popping in out of nowhere. Sometimes this is lag, especially when you transition from one place to another or just load into the game, but it can be really ridiculous. This one's pretty bad. It starts out okay, and then, yep, the whole camp appears out of nowhere. This is when I come out of the White Springs Hotel, and all these robots appear after it shoots me back to the beginning after I try to walk away. Yeah, some of this is acceptable, but there must be a better way of doing this. The other games they made have not been this bad. Here, a horde of super mutants just appear out of nowhere, and I go fight them. Same thing here with a bunch of Scorch. They just appear out of nowhere on the road, and I have to again wonder if this is this place becoming active when a player arrives. This one I don't think is lag. I think this is again the server thinking, oh crap, there has to be things here. This one makes the place look haunted. The door opens by itself there, and then the merchant zones in. This one is a guy appearing on the road right in front of me. This happened a fair amount. We'll see that a couple more times here. Yep, here's another one. Always fun to just run into a guy that pops out of nowhere. I think there are a couple more. This is a one with an elevator in the Brotherhood of Steel base. Elevators don't actually move, they're just teleports to another elevator that looks the exact same way. But it still doesn't make sense because these enemies are in with me when I get to the top of the elevator ride, and they weren't in it when I first got in it. So yeah, that's pretty bad, and I don't know why they allowed enemies to spawn in that area at all. It doesn't really make sense. This is one of the new ones that I saw when I was recording that bit at the end of the first video. This guy appears right in front of me on the bridge. This bridge is always really buggy. Here a guy appears, yep, as we turn this corner. Just a regular old ghoul who's clipping through his hat. And last but not least, we have some enemies that are floating in the sky above this factory. These robots that shoot down when they're there. And then a Grafton troll monster appears to the right, out of nowhere right here. And that is a good place to move over to a big problem in combat, which is a lack of response, both from enemies noticing you, responding to damage, and just a general lack of responsiveness. Sometimes they just go idle in the middle of a fight. And the first one we're looking at is another Grafton troll monster in the exact same area, actually. Like I said, this is going to be a mix of enemies not responding whatsoever when you first meet them, and then, like this Grafton troll monster, it will react to you, fight you, and then in the middle of that fight, it will just stand there and eat your bullets for a little while. Sometimes enemies will get into this state and stay like that until they die. Other times they'll snap out of it. And I wonder if this is sort of half of what we saw earlier with that ghoul in the nuke zone, that it's still registering damage for some reason this time, but it's just going in an inactive state.
Is he stuck? He's stuck!
This next one is unique among unique bugs, because this happened a lot with enemies going into this state. They would go rigid after I killed them. So instead of becoming a corpse, they would go bolt upright and they wouldn't fall over. This guy is alive and I can still do damage to him, and I even get XP when I kill him. But then I can't loot him and he doesn't react at all. So I don't know if this is a hit detection ghost maybe? I have no idea. That I can still do damage to him is very strange. He's got a nice hat though. This ghoul has almost the same hat, but it makes me think that there are problems on individual enemy basis, because his other friend ghoul over here, who doesn't have a hat, isn't bugged, and yet this guy just will not react to anything I do until I hit him. Sorry to repeat myself, but I have no idea what's going on there. These are vertibots that are, as the name suggests, they're not piloted. I don't know what the lore is behind these guys, but they will respond to you and they will attack you, but they bug out a lot. They often stop shooting back at you even though you're in the middle of a fight. They do this sort of thing. This is another fight halfway across the map where they are now ignoring me, but also kind of jerking around as they're trying to do evasive maneuvers away from my shots. Yeah, this makes me wonder exactly how much the enemies in the game were tested. There are specific enemies that have the same problems over and over and over again. Scorch Beast is another one where there are issues with them flying. Here they just decide, both of them, that they're done fighting and they leave, and then they come back about a minute later at out of nowhere and they start attacking me again. So they just leave unleashed back. This one is like the ghoul before, it just won't respond to me. And here are 2 more ghouls that just do not care. They're locked into the same kind of idle state actually. They just do not care that I'm here whatsoever, despite spawning right in front of me during this quest. Here's another one, another Scorch in the same tunnel. This tunnel had a lot of bugs in it actually. And here's a super mutant that has a delayed reaction. So I'm standing right next to him, and then suddenly he's like, oh, you, that would never happen in Fallout 4. Here's an example of enemies just not caring that I'm close to them. And this is one of the best, some of the best proof that I have that they have dramatically turned down how far enemies can see and how far they can hear. So enemies in Fallout 76 compared to Fallout 4 have been blindfolded and have earplugs in, I guess. This happened quite a bit, and even when you just enter areas, in Fallout 4 you would be shot at right away and enemies would hear you and they would go into detect states. Whereas here I can be right in front of them and they can clearly see me and they just don't care. I didn't have any stealth perks or anything here too, and I'm in power armor. So the reason I'm comparing it to Fallout 4 a lot is because it's the same engine, it's basically the same game. So I think they have to dramatically turn it down for it to work in Fallout 76. And here's another one where the Scorched is actively searching for me, and I'm moving around behind her, and she still can't get it together to see where I am. This one is odd because the Scorched seems to be aware that I'm there but won't react. So I don't know what's happened here. There's another one like this that we'll see a little later that is a lot. a lot more unusual.
In my last video, we talked about the high-pressure sodium lamp and its ubiquitous use in outdoor lighting. Already, this type of lighting is starting to be phased out with various technologies, with new LED technology among the most common. Now, given the robust nature of the sodium lamp and its proven track record in providing an efficient light source reliably, does it make sense that we switch to newer light sources? Well, as usual in life, there are pros and cons. So let's start with a basic question. Why do we use outdoor lighting? For street lighting specifically, the basic answer is to improve safety, particularly pedestrian safety. The odds of a crash of any kind are greater at night because it's harder to see. With the aid of artificial roadway lighting, a driver can see much farther than their car's headlights shine, especially to the sides. Now, of course, there are disadvantages to large amounts of street lighting, which we'll get to. But assuming safety is the goal, are sodium lamps good? Well, no, not really. Remember how I said that the sodium D line is close to our eye's peak sensitivity, but only under photopic daylight conditions? Well, it turns out that our eyes see quite differently at night than during the day. Under nighttime scotopic lighting conditions, our eyes actually see bluish light better. And that makes sense. After all, moonlight and starlight are pretty bluish, so under these dimly lit conditions, having a greater sensitivity to blue light would mean we can see better. Under scotopic lighting conditions, only the rod cells in our eyes are activated. Rod cells cannot distinguish color, but they are much more sensitive to light than the cone cells. The peak sensitivity of the rod cells is around 498 nanometers, which is a green-blue color. Now, of course, under street lighting, our cone cells are still active. We can, after all, see colors and are not exclusively using the rod cells. This dim but not quite dark lighting scenario is often called mesopic vision, a mix of the two. Still, stimulation to the rod cells will be far more visible and is more important. So then, how well does the light from sodium vapor lamps line up with our scotopic light sensitivity? Not well. This is the CIE 1951 scotopic luminosity function graph. The x-axis is the wavelength of light in nanometers, and the y-axis is the eye's relative sensitivity to these wavelengths under scotopic nighttime conditions. As you can see, peak sensitivity is around the 500 nanometer mark. And where's the wavelength produced by a sodium vapor discharge? It's about here, 589 nanometers. The rod cells are barely activated by a sodium discharge. While the discharge may be extremely efficient at producing visible light, at nighttime this light is fundamentally misaligned with our eye's sensitivity. See, if you look at the response curves of scotopic and photopic conditions together, you can see that the sodium discharge lines up great with our photopic vision. But when our eyes are adjusted to nighttime lighting conditions, it's actually pretty bad. This is why focusing on the sodium D line emission's seemingly perfect alignment with our vision is somewhat of a farce. While it's true during the day, it's literally quite far from the truth at night. Aside from the simple spectral misalignment of the sodium lamp, research shows that people can indeed see better under light sources with a bluer spectral content. In Peter Morante's research for the Lighting Research Center at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, link below, survey respondents strongly preferred the light from a 6500K correlated color temperature light source over that of high-pressure sodium, with metrics of visibility, brightness, safety and security, color rendering, and overall preference all favoring the newer light source, which also used only 55% of the energy of the high-pressure sodium lamps it replaced. The study, which by the way is really comprehensive and worth taking a look at, was done in 2008, which was a tad before LED technology became economically viable. The study compared induction lighting, which is sort of like fluorescent lighting and worth a video on its own one day because it's pretty neat if not so practical any longer, as well as metal halide lighting to the sodium lamps for the purpose of creating a recommendation to a local utility company. The conclusion was that metal halide didn't make sense due to higher maintenance costs, but induction would make tons of sense. But I also liked this final recommendation. White light-emitting diodes should be considered as replacements for HPS street lighting in about 3 years' time when their efficacy is higher and their cost has reached reasonable levels to be economically viable. Groton utilities may want to consider postponing decisions on street light replacements until white LEDs become economically available. Well, it's been about 10 years since that study, and LEDs are economically viable. In fact, they've become incredibly economically viable. But before we move on to them, let's go over the main issue once more. Because of the spectral misalignment of the sodium vapor lamp with our scotopic and mesopic light sensitivity, it takes more light output from a sodium lamp to produce the same visible light level from a bluer light source. In fact, Dr. Alan Lewis of the New England College of Optometry measured individuals' response time to a hazard approaching from the sides and found that in well-lit areas, such as a major motorway, a high-pressure sodium light system needs to produce 3.9 times as much light as a metal halide source to achieve the same response time. The effect is even greater in dimly lit areas, where he found that 7.8 times as much light from high-pressure sodium was required to match response time under cooler metal halide light sources. So it seems as though the high-pressure sodium light is less efficient than it appears on paper, and that roadway safety is greatly increased when light sources are used that are tuned to our scotopic and mesopic light sensitivity. It's looking pretty bad for high-pressure sodium. But there's one thing that HPS technology doesn't do that bluer light sources might. That, my friends, is circadian rhythm disruption. Research has suggested that the color of light we are exposed to has a great impact on what time our biological clocks think it is. The shorter wavelength of daylight sun and blue sky may help keep us awake by suppressing melatonin production, and the long wavelength light of the sunset may signal our bodies to sleep by allowing melatonin to seep into our bloodstreams. To help us understand the impact different light sources can have on circadian rhythm disruption, light sources are characterized by their melanopic content. There's a great source from the US Department of Energy linked down below which goes over this in much greater detail, but as a general overview, with high-pressure sodium technology normalized at 1 for both scotopic light content and melanopic light content, a metal halide lamp with a color temperature of about 4000 K will have about 2.5 to 2.8 times as much scotopic light content, but also produces 3.16 to 3.75 times as much melanopic light content. If you look at the various color temperatures of LED light sources, you can see that as the color temperature increases, both scotopic light content and melanopic light content increase. However, melanopic light content increases at a greater rate than scotopic light. What this means is there's a trade-off, and it's complicated. The higher the color temperature, the more scotopic light it produces, which means you could use less light and thus less energy to get the same perceived brightness and safety levels. But because melanopic light content increases at a greater rate, although you may need less light of a higher color temperature, it will disrupt circadian rhythm to a greater extent. You can see that high-pressure sodium has among the lowest melanopic light content of any light source, with only amber LEDs and low-pressure sodium producing less melanopic light. So then, we're presented with a choice. We can clearly use less energy and expect a safer nighttime driving experience with light sources of higher color temperatures, but this may cause unwanted side effects that sodium lighting largely doesn't. And this is completely ignoring aesthetic preferences. I myself generally detest cooler lighting as I find it harsh and unpleasant, but I can acknowledge its safety advantages. In my area on Interstate 88, many of the roadway lights have been changed from high-pressure sodium to LED. The change is dramatic, with visibility greatly enhanced once under the cooler light. As much as I don't like the color, I can tell that it's a lot safer. Visibility in my periphery is tremendously better, and I'm certain these new lights are using less energy than those they replaced. Before I move into the conclusion of this video, let's discuss the issue of light pollution. Light pollution is exactly what it sounds like. Excess light in our environment that is irritating, unnecessary, poorly distributed, or in general, unwanted. Outdoor lighting is by far the most prolific source of light pollution, and it has gotten so bad that people living anywhere near a city can barely see the night sky. There's even an anecdote about a widespread blackout in Los Angeles causing many panicked 911 calls from lifelong residents who had never seen the Milky Way before and we're a little scared of it. Light pollution is a complicated problem, but the LED may actually help to solve it. Now, to be clear, the solutions I'm about to offer aren't exclusive to LEDs, but the way light is emitted from an LED chip makes controlling it relatively easy. So first, let's discuss one of the biggest causes of light pollution: lights that point up. This is less obvious than it seems, but it's incredibly important. Right outside my apartment are drop lens Cobra luminaires containing high-pressure sodium lights. Because the lens protrudes downward from the fixture, a lot of light escapes to the sides and indeed upwards. I'm on the 4th floor of my building and my eye level is above these streetlights, but I can still see the source of the light. This is not ideal for a number of reasons. First, a lot of light is being wasted by lighting up things that are not the road. That's kind of dumb. But secondly, a lot of this light is going up into the sky. Granted, this style of fixture isn't the worst offender, but a better design would be a flat lens that does not allow light to escape above the horizontal. This may still throw light farther to the sides than necessary, but none of it will end up lighting the sky. The worst offenders for this kind of light pollution are lights that illuminate buildings by shining upwards, wall pack lights without shielding, and these decorative fixtures. I'll admit they're pretty, but they're really wasteful. Recently, I was on an airplane flying into Chicago at night. I took some videos as we landed, and you can see the difference between a well-managed light and a poorly managed light. This roadway is lit well. I cannot see the actual light sources. I can only see the reflected light from the road. That's what we want. As we got closer to the airport, these neighborhoods had tons of lights that were visible from above. Much of the light produced by these lamps is shining into the sky and being wasted. I should not be able to see the actual light source from an airplane, yet I can. This is contributing to sky glow. Sky glow is what makes the night sky hard to see when you're close to a city. This is probably the most widespread light pollution problem, and while it's not caused exclusively by poorly designed fixtures, they are a major component. But once again, the solutions to sky glow are complicated, largely because light sources that cause the least amount of sky glow are high and low pressure sodium. In fact, low pressure sodium is used widely around large astronomical observatories because their nearly monochromatic light output can easily be filtered out, eliminating any sky glow they create. I saw a large number of people saying that high pressure sodium can also be filtered out, but I don't think that's true due to the pressure broadening and their spikier output. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I could only find references to low pressure sodium being used around observatories. Anyway, where it gets tricky is that an LED light source has about 3 times as much sky glow impact than a high pressure sodium light. But also you need less of it, so perhaps the sky glow impact is similar. In addition, the sky glow impact of incandescent lighting is barely higher than low pressure sodium. So it could be that LED street lighting correlated to a 2700K color temperature causes less sky glow than high pressure sodium, but I think further research needs to be done there. In any case, what makes LEDs potentially much better at reducing sky glow is the optical systems that can be combined with them. Early LED fixtures may have used a large number of small 1-watt LEDs and tiny lenses to direct their light. Some really bad designs may have simply had an exposed chip, providing little directional control. You still see this a lot in cheap floodlight fixtures. But newer fixtures like these from Cree will use large chip-on-board emitters like these 10-watt chips, but larger. And because they only emit light in one direction, it's very easy to control their output with a lens. You can see on the spec sheet that there are 5 lenses in total, though larger fixtures have more. Most importantly, the optic system is customizable. Depending on fixture height and spacing, you may need a wider spread of light or a shorter one. Due to the customizable optics, you can get wonderfully consistent lighting on a road surface such as this area here. This may also help prevent light pollution because less overall light is needed. The hot spots of lights you see from above here mean some areas get too much light and others get too little. A more scotopic light source with better and more consistent control may not only reduce light pollution, but may use less energy and provide safer driving. Now, many of these developments are rather new, especially the newer optic designs, but the advantages of LED lighting become confused when drop-in replacement bulbs are used. I don't have any major issues about going this route. After all, replacing the entire fixture can be costly, and some drop-in designs are fairly good. But the optic system of a sodium, mercury vapor, or metal halide fixture is designed to reflect and project light emanating from a tiny arc tube, which an LED drop-in can't recreate. Many of the complaints regarding poor light distribution in LED replacement lamps may simply be from the use of these replacements. Then there's the issue with existing ballasts. Some drop-in lamps claim to work with existing ballasts, but I have a few misgivings regarding how well their power supplies deal with the voltage the ballast provides, particularly if the high-voltage igniter sends some crazy voltage spikes to the LED drop-in. I'm sure they can be designed to cope, but it still worries me somewhat. So then, we have a series of complicated choices to make. Sodium vapor lights are pretty efficient, have only a moderate contribution to sky glow, cause only minor circadian rhythm disruption, if any, and have a proven track record of reliability. But their color also makes them far less effective at improving safety. And due to the misalignment of their output with our scotopic light sensitivity, they require more light and thus use a lot more energy than a whiter light source. Perhaps less an issue, but still important, is that they contain both mercury and elemental sodium, meaning their disposal is far more dangerous and complicated. If we were to switch to a white LED source with a color temperature of about 5000 K, nighttime visibility would be greatly increased. Studies have shown that people see hazards far sooner under this light, and as the bluer wavelengths match our scotopic and mesopic color sensitivity more closely, we can use less of it while also achieving a greater safety benefit. This reduces the need for energy. However, this bluer light contributes more to circadian rhythm disruption and sky glow, but some of that is mitigated by the lower output required by these light sources. Still, many people may not find the aesthetics of this light source pleasing. One possible compromise would be to use a warmer color temperature LED light source. Data from the US Department of Energy tells us that a 3000 K LED light would produce 1.89 to 2.39 times as much scotopic light as a high-pressure sodium lamp, while increasing melanopic content between 2.1 and 2.99 times. Because of its greater scotopic output, a 3000 K LED replacement should only need to produce about half as much light as a high-pressure sodium lamp. This effectively cuts the circadian rhythm disruption potential in half too, placing it near about the same as high-pressure sodium. The greatest downside to using a warm color temperature LED is in their efficiency. The efficiency of these lights is very similar to that of an average high-pressure sodium lamp. At 67 lumens per watt, these 3000 K LEDs are just slightly less efficient than the sodium lamp featured in my last video. Although you would need only about half as much light output, there are high-pressure sodium lamps which approach 150 lumens per watt. This would mean that a 3000 K LED will use just about as much energy as a very efficient high-pressure sodium lamp. I'd still call that good, but it makes replacement less compelling. To normalize the effects of scotopic light content, I've multiplied the lumens per watt number by the scotopic light content for the following light sources. As you can see, the normalized efficiency of the LED goes up considerably as the color temperature does, due to both luminous efficiency and greater scotopic content. This is likely why most LED street lamp installations are done with the bluish 5700K and higher color temperatures. You can use the least amount of energy to produce the same amount of perceived brightness and safety. However, the normalized efficiency of even the 3000K LED is very similar to that of high-pressure sodium, and few HPS lamps actually output 150 lumens per watt. Also, the calculated lumens per watt of the LED is based on the input power of the fixture, so the losses in the ballast, which are fairly high for high-pressure sodium, aren't accounted for here. To conclude, although the high-pressure sodium light is very efficient, its primary output color is misaligned with our nighttime visibility. Only about a quarter of its light is actually effective at stimulating the cells in our eyes. Although the cool color temperature of many LED replacements is harsh and aesthetically displeasing, studies have shown that it is not only more efficient, but also makes driving at night safer. There is, however, the potential for greater circadian rhythm disruption and larger amounts of sky glow using these bluer light sources. Still, it seems clear that the high-pressure sodium lamp is on its way out. Advancements in LED technology are happening at a breakneck pace. Just 10 years ago, they weren't seen as viable. But today, even the least efficient of LED replacements ends up meeting the efficiency of high-pressure sodium when scotopic light output is considered. As it stands in 2018, we are faced with a choice of efficiency over aesthetics. I'm pretty sure I'd enjoy roadways lit with relatively warm 3000K LEDs, and these also wouldn't disrupt sleep much. But you can save a lot more energy and potentially have safer roadways with 5700K lighting. Either way, it seems clear that LED technology will very soon overtake the tried and true high-pressure sodium lamp, just as the HPS lamp itself replaced the mercury vapor lamp. And in 40 or 50 years, who knows what technology might light our roadways. So I have a couple of things to close out. First, you may have noticed in my chart that the mercury vapor lamp had a normalized efficiency of over 100 lumens per watt, and the 50-watt sodium lamp in the last video was only 78 lumens per watt. Mercury vapor bulbs do have considerable operating disadvantages compared to high-pressure sodium, most notably their steady decrease in light output as they age. But I think it is somewhat humorous that our current understanding of the visual system suggests that sodium light may have been a step backwards in some situations. You may have noticed that I didn't talk about the blue light from LEDs and how this is supposedly ruining our eyes. That's because the science behind this is questionable at best. You can clearly see in this chart that there is blue light content in nearly all light sources, and lower color temperature LEDs have less blue light content than their higher color temperature varieties. I don't doubt that blue light can disrupt circadian rhythm, that much seems certain. But considering that our eyes can withstand the intensity of sunlight, which is far, far greater than any normal artificial light source, and also has a lot of blue light and ultraviolet, which definitely is harmful, I think the blue light thing is just fear-mongering. If someone can point to some verified, peer-reviewed research supporting this, and not a dodgy website, I'll consider changing my stance. In any case, the high flexibility of LED technology means that it can be tuned in pretty much any way you like. I also want to give a shout out to V Westlife for the suggestion of LED fixtures with both high and low color temperatures that will switch to the warm light later in the night. I think that's a great idea, though obviously it would add expense to any fixture. However, I was surprised to learn that the Cree LED fixtures I've been using as a reference are all capable of dimming, and they have a 0 to 10 volt control input to enable this. Reducing light levels to perhaps 50% of normal after midnight might become a common practice, and I think that would be pretty wise. Maybe this will get combined with technology similar to Philips Warm Glow, and we'll get incandescent-like lighting at night. For those worried about light pollution for astronomical observatories, there are amber LED streetlights available designed to replace low-pressure sodium lights. This is also great news for wildlife. Many animals cannot see the wavelength of light produced by low-pressure sodium, so this light source is used where lights may be disruptive. One particular example is near beaches where sea turtles lay their eggs. After they hatch, baby sea turtles follow moonlight to the ocean, and street lighting was confusing the poor things when they were traveling inland. Since they cannot see the wavelength of a low-pressure sodium light or its amber LED equivalent, they aren't confused and successfully make it to the ocean where they belong. As a last little tidbit, the spec sheet from Cree says that their LED Cobra head replacements should produce at least 95% of their original light output after 100,000 hours. Assuming the driver and heatsink are robust enough, these fixtures should last well beyond 20 years. That is impressive. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you haven't subscribed to Technology Connections yet and you like my nerdy deep dives into whatever floats through my head, what are you waiting for? Hit the button, please. As always, thanks to everyone who supports.
This video will be a little bit different from most of mine. I'm revisiting a topic from my very first YouTube days, long before this channel was a thing. At the end, I'll link to a follow-up discussion on my second channel where I talk about why I'm making this again, but for now, here's what we're doing. In the Northern Hemisphere, it's winter right now. At least at the time of this video's upload. Winter means cold, and cold means sadness. But thankfully, I have a friendly space heater to keep myself warm and my spirits high. These electric heaters are a useful, if perhaps dangerous and expensive way to heat a space. But there's been something that's annoyed me about them for years, and to show you, we need to go shopping.
Store number 1. Alright, let's see what we got here. We have medium room, 1500 watts for $31.99. Take a step over, and we have small room, 1500 watts, $12.79. That number's the same. Why is that the same? Here's a different one. Medium room, 1500. Okay, here's a different one. We got small. Store number 2. Well, store number 2 is almost entirely out of heaters. Store number 2B. This is what I get for doing this after the polar vortex. There we go. Store number 3. Okay, so here we have an infrared quartz radiant heater, which is being marketed as for medium-sized rooms. Shocker of shockers. 1500 watts. And also, this is a radiant heater, so really the size of the room isn't as important as its application, but let's move on. So here we have a personal desktop heater, 1500 watts. This one is apparently some sort of genius. I don't really get that, but look at that, 1500 watts. Let's look at this guy here. It's a ceramic heater. Okay, so I only have my phone with me to make this video, but my brain hurts. So, Adventures in Blue Light. I am going to give an update on the e-ink tablet, like at some point, but I'll be honest, it's kind of it's so much of a pain to use. I haven't used it a lot lately, and so, like a sucker, I went on Amazon and bought 2 different pairs of blue light blocking glasses. And I was originally only going to buy this pair, but then I'm like, you know, I'm really skeptical that those do anything because they're clear. If we're blocking blue light, which is a wavelength we can see, they should look not clear. They should look amber or yellow because that actually does reduce blue light. But, you know, this pair has really good reviews, and I thought maybe there is a specific wavelength of blue light it's trying to cut down on. Well, let's get to the point of this. They give you, and I opened up the packaging, this particular pair of glasses gives you this little test card. And I was like, oh, that's neat. They give you a tool. Wait. They give you a tool which they have designed to test how well these glasses work. Fishy, fishy. So, it even says, get the blue light torch we gave you from the glasses case. Well, this is the blue light torch. Now, it's just a little, just an LED. Now, you can probably see right now with the camera, there's something fishy with this light. Does that look blue? It looks blue on the edge. Then it looks really purple. Okay, so this little test card, the idea is blue light makes it turn blue. So you just shine that at it. Oh, look, it's blue. How bad, so much blue light. So then you put, you know, the glasses like that. Shine it at it. Oh, it's not turning blue. Amazing. This has to be either a diode which has blue and UV in it, or else it's just plain UV. Now, as I'm poking around with this, take a look at this. This is just a light. I mean, duh. It looks very blue shining on the bulb, but shining in the lampshade it looks very purple. Now, I can't really explain why it's so different, but this has clearly got UV in it. There's no way it doesn't have UV in it. So, you know, just to confirm my theory. Oh, I totally forgot to do this. I'm going to turn on the light on the camera, right? Because the light is a white LED, so that means it's a blue LED, so there's going to be a lot of blue light coming from it. I'm going to bring the card right up to it. Now you can see it made a very, very faint blue dot, okay? So this is reactive to blue light a little bit, but obviously the white light is extremely bright. The fact that that turns that blue that quickly is really fishy. Now, you can tell that these glasses do block some blue light because they have a very slight yellow tinge to them. But if you look at just solid blue, like that's all coming right through it, as opposed to the amber glasses where they block quite a bit. They don't block all of it, but you know, most of that is being blocked. So you know, they make you can see the G's in Google, they become much more of a gray. And this solid blue, same thing. It looks more of a gray because it's just lowering the intensity quite a bit. But you look at these. I suppose I should be going through this side. There's almost no change at all. There's a bit of a change, but I mean, obviously, looking at these two, which one do you think blocks more blue light? I wonder which one is blocking more blue light. How can we tell? I really think these glasses are probably 99% placebo. Now I'm willing to test it out. I'm willing to wear them maybe while I'm video editing and see, or editing video, and see if they do help with eye strain, which is one of my bigger challenges right now. But you know, I'm pretty sure that any help I perceive is going to be a placebo. But anyway, I want to go back to this this LED. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't even have a tripod to put my phone in. But be able to focus. Let's turn the light back on. I don't even know if I have a steady enough hand to do this. Hold on. Staple remover to the rescue. Very gross, dirty staple remover. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see. Can you tone down the brightness a lot? Are there two diodes in? No. Keep it down. Keep it down. Yeah. Lock it. I guess I need to. Someone knows how to use his camera. That really looks to me like there's two diodes in there. I don't know for sure. I can only see two wires. But if you look at the top, I'll put an arrow what I'm seeing. That looks suspiciously like two different diodes. Now let me turn it on. See if the camera will be able to. Like you can tell just looking at it that this is something's fishy. Something's very fishy. No. Can we see? Oh. This is riveting entertainment. That looks... Now that's looking just like it's a U. So I wonder if there's some phosphor. Why it looks blue. What, now you're locked focus? There we go. Why it looks so blue shining on this. But then again, it might just be because of the fact that most white things fluoresce a little bit under UV. You know, if you look at like this speaker, let me turn, hang on now. This white speaker, I don't know, there is something very strange because if you look at it, in fact, this is what I was gonna show you. This is what's weird, right? Shining into a mirror, it looks like the source is blue, but the light you see bouncing off of the mirror looks more purple. And this does look in the camera exactly like it looks to my eyes. So I don't know exactly how they're making it look so blue. You know what, now that I look at it, there's a bit of a there's a bit of a cloudiness to the diode, and I wonder if that's some phosphor mixed in. I don't know, I'm speculating. But all I do know is this card is definitely UV reactive, because and this must be a UV light, because if it's purely blue, then also I should be able to just, like, let's see, hold the card up like that, so that way it's half on the blue, half not. Sorry, I'm so shaky right now. I suppose this wouldn't prove, I should do that. Hang on. That's not going to prove anything because the white has just as much blue. So now it's on the blue and the black. And no change at all. And like I said, just the fact that the light from my camera would have a lot of blue. It makes, oh, I must not have had it on there. It left some fuzz. It does make a blue dot, but resting on there for seconds makes barely any impression, whereas a quick little, like, here, just doop, that's nuts. Doop. So that area is sensitive to UV light. I am pretty certain. So these glasses, right? I think they are borderline scam. At least certainly the thing that they give you to test it is not at all representative of what you're trying to accomplish. So if you want some UV blocking glasses, great. And like I said, maybe there is some actual truth to this, but that's got a ton of UV in it. That just, no, I don't think blue light would make that happen. So if you want some, all that cloudiness, and I think that's the component in the plastic that blocks UV, because these glasses do it too, right? But you'll see that shining from the other side, it's not as strong. And I think that's because I don't know exactly what it is, but whew, this video is probably way longer than it needs to be, and I'll try to cut it down. But again, this is a UV light. I don't know how they're making it look so blue, or maybe just all UV LEDs do that. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just not familiar enough with UV LEDs, but this is not blue, not at all.
At the end of my video on No Man's Sky, I mentioned 3 games that you could purchase that do parts of that game much better. Quite a few people wanted to know more about them, so I thought it might be worth some time to give a brief overview of those 3 games: Subnautica, The Long Dark, and Don't Starve. If you watch my videos for lengthy game reviews and critiques, then you might want to skip this video. These are 3 games that I would like to do an in-depth review on one day, each with their own video devoted to just that, but this video will function more as an introduction to the core ideas in each game to help you decide if you would enjoy them or not. They'll be light on spoilers for that reason. 2 of them are in early access, which is also why I'm not doing direct reviews. Those will come after they're officially released. Let's start with Subnautica because it's the closest on this list to No Man's Sky. It's a sci-fi game, you're exploring an alien world, you have futuristic technology to help you, you even start the game in the same way, waking up after crashing onto a planet. The best way I can describe this game is that it really tries to make you feel like you're stranded on an alien world. You are always alone. Your escape pod is a voiced interface that occasionally warns you of things, but it has little personality, nor does it offer you anything solid in the way of direction. You're left on your own to decide how to survive and how to sustain yourself on this foreign planet. To further support this idea of an immersive experience, there's little in the way of intrusive UI prompts or tutorial guidance. If you find an interesting landmark while exploring the planet, then it's up to you to decide to craft a beacon and leave it there so you can have a marker leading you back. If you're afraid of getting lost as you search some underwater caves, then you can make a dive reel that you can follow to get back to the surface when you're done. Same goes for following signals that your pod can receive, which you then track through your suit. The impression I get is that the developers wanted it to feel like if your character took their dive mask off, then these UI overlays would vanish with them. This is the key reason why I think Subnautica is a game that a lot of people would enjoy if they give themselves over to it and commit to a decent time investment. The planet you land on has several different biomes, each with its own distinct look and different creatures to find, many of them hostile. You're guided to move through them all, not by some mission or a series of objectives, but by following your crafting tech tree and wanting to find new resources and tools. Each area has its own rewards, both in objects to scan to unlock new crafting options, and the different types of materials you can gather to create them. In this sense, the game is like a slowly expanding circle from your starting location. Each new technology gives you new options, whether that's being able to move through the oceans much faster or have a small submarine to act as a mobile pocket of air for you to replenish your oxygen supply while deep underwater, or a laser cutter to open sealed doors to salvage more technology from the wrecked chunks of the larger ship that crashed onto the planet. You aren't collecting things in order to make it easier for you to collect things. You're hunting down new options that unlock more variety and new ways to explore, eventually leading to you plunging deeper into the ocean, not just farther away from your escape pod. If you allow yourself to engage with the game and don't look at wikis or guides or anything, then you are in for many hours of learning and figuring things out for yourself. Which areas have creatures that will try to kill you, what things look intimidating but end up being benign, what plants are useful to create batteries or computer circuits. The game rewards experimentation and exploration, and with the latest content update, finally has enough meat in its tech tree to justify that. Let's talk a bit about that. Updates to the game and that it's in early access. I played this game a few months ago for about 20 hours, and I liked it well enough, but mostly for the potential that I hoped would be realized when the game was finished. The most recent updates brought another layer of tech to find, and enough new things that the game finally adheres to the golden rule of early access games. Only buy them if you'd be happy with the amount of content currently available, and not on the promise of future stuff. Of course, the game is still unfinished and could be fantastic when it reaches final release, but played today, I think there's enough here to justify the cost. It's already pretty good in my opinion. However, it still is in early access, which means it's poorly optimized. The game looks great, but there's a lot of pop-in, especially after you get your first submarine and start zipping through the ocean at a much higher speed than your slow starting swim. Subnautica has never crashed on me, but I might have gotten lucky. Some areas are clearly missing things, and there's the lack of a real endgame, which, judging by the roadmap that the developers graciously keep updated, involves finding a way to rescue yourself from the planet. There might even be a larger story to discover about what happened to the other survivors of the crash. I was surprised to learn when I first played that the game doesn't use a randomly generated world. The precise point at which your escape pod lands is a little different each time, but the underwater regions and islands in the world are always in the same place, as is the wreckage of the giant ship that you escaped from at the beginning. I was further surprised to learn that, despite having a hunger and thirst meter, that the game quickly becomes less about survival and more about exploration. You have to catch fish to process them into food and water at the beginning, but this feeds into the player amassing more options. When you start base building and acquiring new technology, keeping yourself fed and hydrated becomes less of a burden. You have new exciting challenges to try to overcome instead of filling up the same bars over and over and over again, and new upgrades to search for instead of worrying about keeping yourself alive. But even here you have options and variety, whether to grow your own underwater or interior gardens, or keep an aquarium to make your own fish farms, and maybe I'm venturing too far into spoilers here, I don't want to show too much, especially if you go on to play Subnautica yourself. I really like this game, and I'm looking forward to the final release. It really achieves its goal of giving you an alien world to explore and study, and does so with a more creative setting. There's a lot that's added by being underwater, more ways to explore and different kinds of vehicles to build. There's a moment I had while playing when 2 vehicles I had built interacted in a certain way that surprised me so much that I'm still impressed months later, even if it may be a simple thing in retrospect. And that's without saying how terrifying this game can be if you allow yourself to be sucked in. If you play on hardcore mode, or even if you don't save a lot. There are a lot of sounds that will bombard you as you play, especially if you're wearing headphones. It can be really unsettling at first. Hearing some crab squid thing crackle like it's laughing at you as it swims by, or the groaning of some giant alien whale in the distance. Then there's the darkness of the depths and not knowing what might be waiting below you, or what might have slithered above you while you're gathering materials from the seabed, and the constant worry that you might be running out of air and about to drown. The Long Dark drops you into the middle of a harsh environment and keeps survival at the front and center of the experience. Unlike Subnautica, this game doesn't let up. You are kept constantly hungry, thirsty, cold, tired, and scraping by with ever-dwindling resources. It's a niche game, and the older I get and the more games I play, the more I think of that label as a good thing. Some people will love this game enough to lose themselves to it for weeks. Others will play it for 20 minutes, die, and then never play it again. In No Man's Sky, building a defense against the hostile environment of an alien planet would only amount to crafting an inventory upgrade. It was like slapping a superpowered sticker on your armor that magically made you resist heat or cold or radiation. In the Long Dark, you have to find, equip, and maintain individual pieces of clothes to keep you warm. They even have separate stats to shield you from the wind. You have to keep track of quite a few different resources that you need to juggle as you travel like a nomad between frozen regions of the Canadian wilderness. Some great calamity has happened here, and you are the lone survivor. If you've ever read The Road by Cormac McCarthy and thought, hey, some of this could be an interesting game, then The Long Dark is for you, except it's wild animals that want to kill you instead of roaming raiders. The reason why I say some people can judge this game within the first 20 minutes or so is that there is no goal currently in the game. All you need to do is survive. It's overwhelmingly likely when you start your first character that you will walk around for a bit and not realize that you've already begun freezing to death. You'll enter into a mad scramble to find some sort of shelter and become increasingly desperate as you race through fields of snow and trees that are more white than green. Then you'll find a cabin or a trailer and light your first fire, and already you have experienced the core gameplay loop in the Long Dark. You venture out, get exposed, try to scavenge what supplies you can, and then hope you come across a place to warm up and sleep before you die. And I imagine that some people watching this right now have just fallen in love with the game, because it's the closest I've seen to an uncompromising take on a survival game. There's no zombies, no monsters, no PvP, no other players to show up and mess with you. It's just you, the wilderness, and a continuing string of decisions on how you think it's best to survive until you make enough bad calls that you die. And death is permanent, which adds a layer of tension and fear to the game that surprised me. When it's dark, it's often dark, and the game lives up to its name. In its current iteration, the game is purely focused on this one type of thing: survive. There's a level of tedium here with how slowly the player character can move, and how light sources are important indoors or at night, or how methodical you have to be about searching each area for resources. In short, the game steers close enough to being realistic that some people won't like it, for the same reason that others will love it. Gameplay depth comes from repeated playthroughs rather than one character, or at least it was in my experience, with something similar to Dwarf Fortress where losing is fun. In this case, it's more like losing is intense and a learning experience, that some food can be spoiled and poison you. that you need to carefully choose what items to carry around, because as you get tired, your maximum carry weight is reduced, that you need water on top of food, and that it needs to be melted from snow and then boiled in addition to that so it's safe to drink. That means you need to be able to start a fire, which might not always be possible if there's no stove or fireplace inside your shelter, or if too intense a snowstorm is raging outside. The game is as much about preparation and patience as it is about being perceptive about your surroundings. There's some crafting and some light skill-based character growth. You can fish, cook, mend clothes, among other things. The longer you survive, the better your character will become at it all, but so will you, the player sitting outside the game, as you learn the layout of each area. Resources and items that spawn are randomized for each session, but the places themselves are the same. So you'll learn even in the absence of the game holding your hand, things like important landmarks and where to find shelter in some areas. It's the video game equivalent of a trial by fire or a trial by ice, I guess, with the end result being an accomplished survivalist who spawns into the world confident about what to do on the 8th or so time that you restart. There is a story mode that's planned. Like Subnautica, The Long Dark is still in early access, and again, like Subnautica, the developers have been open about their plans for the game. I get the impression that The Long Dark has become a much bigger project than they intended, and instead of failing like many other early access developers have when they realize that, they're trying to live up to that potential. The concept here appealed to me so much that I bought the game when it was first available, making it by far and away the earliest I have ever bought a game in the early access program. Back then there was only one region. I don't think there was any crafting, the UI was a mess, and the game eventually devolved into a dodge the wolf simulator. Now there are multiple regions, and so much more to see and find. I hadn't played it again until recently, and if you're part of the niche that this game is catering to, or if you want to take the icy plunge and see if you could belong to it, then there's now a lot of game here for the price. For those on the fence who might want more of an objective, then I suggest waiting for the final release in story mode. Challenge modes are also starting to appear in the game that offer more variety. As with Subnautica, it's my intention to give the game a full review after it's released. For those who are going to try it, the one piece of advice that I'll give is one that I wish I had known on my first few characters. You don't need to have a fire nearby every time you sleep indoors. Your collected body heat in a bed or your sleeping bag is enough to warm you up as long as you're inside and shielded from the wind. And that's the only tip I'll give. So immediately you can see that Don't Starve is a lot different than the other two games in this video, so much so that you might question its inclusion, especially given that this list was meant to be alternatives to pieces of No Man's Sky. Don't Starve is similar to Subnautica and The Long Dark in ways that might surprise you, but the primary way it's different isn't its art style or its third-person perspective. It's that Don't Starve is a video game first and foremost. Subnautica and The Long Dark were clearly made with an intended experience as their end goal. What would it be like to be stranded in the middle of an ocean on an alien world? What would it be like to be lost in the Canadian wilderness in a situation that's a heartbeat from hopeless? Game systems have been built around these concepts, whereas Don't Starve is a bunch of game systems first. From the survival games that I've played, and admittedly I haven't played them all, this makes Don't Starve somewhat unique. The game is compartmentalized into a series of days. The long-term goal is given to you by the game's title, Don't Starve, Don't Die, Find Something to Eat, and that simple premise sticks with you as you play. Fire plays an important role in this game, both for light and for heat. In a way, the player functions in the same way as this fire. You constantly need fuel. Your hunger grows quickly enough that it's always in the back of your mind. The day cycle brings a steady march of variety, along with the even larger cycle of the 4 seasons. Darkness means death in this game. A monster you are never able to see will appear and kill you if you spend more than a few seconds without a light source. Nights are so totally dark that you will spend them huddled around your campfire, or rushing half-blind as you hold a torch. Usually it's the former though, as you wait for the day to begin. This is one of the mechanics that pushes the player toward making a home base, that and the science machines that you use to unlock new crafting options. This goes doubly so in winter, when it becomes so cold that, unless you're experienced and prepared, you won't be able to go too far from your camp without freezing to death. Your permanent campfire and your collection of gadgets, chests, and traps will become a familiar sight. The final moments of each day end in darkness, then the sun rises, and you might start buying into the game's title more than you expected, because you start asking yourself in the morning, what are we going to eat today? You collect a list of rules: don't starve, don't freeze, don't get caught in the dark. It's in this way that the game is similar to The Long Dark, because, especially at the beginning, you are going to die. A lot. Losing is fun and informative, and this game is harsh enough to teach you its lessons with death rather than tutorial boxes. The first time I made it to winter, I celebrated. Then I promptly ran out of firewood and froze to death, so I learned to stockpile resources. But once you overcome these initial hurdles, Don't Starve becomes closer to Subnautica. There are a lot of options available for keeping yourself fed, both you and your fire pit. Food is never something that you forget about, but it can become a solved enough problem that you can focus on other things that the game has to offer. New crafting tools and structures give you new options and toys to play with, and exploring the world and the extra underground layer, which I won't show to avoid spoiling it, holds many surprises. Each season brings its own set of challenges, both in creature types and in resources to find while they're still available, so there's enough cycling variety that you have something new to do each day, which also keeps you cycling through different short-term goals that you set for each individual day, with longer projects spanning across multiple seasons that you think about and plan for gradually. And that's the best way to show how Don't Starve shares something in common with both of the previous games, because there's a lot here to learn if you give yourself over to the game and allow yourself to sink into it, and to not rely on wikis or guides to find out how things work. A simple example being one of the first things you'll use to get meat in the early game, rabbit traps. You can put these in the fields where the rabbits spawn and hope they get caught, and even though it appears mundane, you can learn how to better set the traps over the rabbit holes, or to bait them with carrots. Or, as I learned when I was desperate for food, to chase the rabbits into the trap to trigger it early instead of waiting around, and there are even more things that you can learn from there. There's a lot of that kind of stuff in this game, interactions between animals, monsters, and the tools and structures you can craft. There's so much of it, in fact, that I'd wager even after playing the game for 50 hours or so, that you would be shocked to find out how much you missed if you went and checked the wiki afterwards. Even food recipes reward experimentation, and it's for that reason that I recommend playing with pen and paper to keep track of the best combinations. It's a very dense game. I haven't even mentioned how you have to manage your sanity as well as hunger, health, and warmth. You and your character both begin to see things as you slowly go crazy, or rapidly go crazy if you spend too much time in the dark. Sometimes the noises are just to creep you out. Sometimes they mean real danger is coming. It feeds into the horrific undercurrent that lurks under the surface of the cute, charming, but twisted presentation, both in the art style and the music. It's a game with a lot of character, and uses its randomly generated world not as a key selling point to drum up interest and claim to have infinite replayability, but as a tool to keep each game you start just a little unfamiliar, even long after you've learned what all the biomes mean. Different hero choices also matter. One is a robot who can eat spoiled food, another can only eat meat. They have different strengths and weaknesses and can act as additional challenges later on. Don't Starve has permadeath, and with all the things that want to kill you, that means there's always at least a little tension driving you as you play. It ends up being a good thing, since the times that I die are when I become complacent and forget how fragile I can be. You can construct extra lives for yourself, meat effigies that give you another chance instead of hitting game over and forcing a restart. The genius drawback of them is that your maximum health is reduced for each effigy you've built, so you can't make endless amounts of them to bypass the death system. This also means that death is never so soul-crushing to make you play in boring, safe ways, because you can create these effigies and justify taking risks by trying new things. It's the game I've played the most out of these three. It's one of my favorite releases of the past few years. Again, it's not for everyone, but if it is for you, then I think it's a game you'll love. It recently got another expansion, which I haven't had a chance to play yet, so I have no idea if it's good or not. If you do give it a shot, then the one bit of advice I will give is about the controls. Hold down spacebar to interact with things, pick up items, swing your pickaxe, chop down trees, etc., and hold down F in the same way to auto-attack enemies. Having to click on everything can be awkward, so I recommend using these hotkeys along with WASD. It also makes it a lot easier to dart away from enemy attacks after you hit them. Oh, and the game has wormholes, just like No Man's Sky, only they don't break all your stuff after you go through them. I hope you all enjoyed this more general look at a few games that some of you might like, some of you might hate, and some of you might love. I was planning to do a review of my own channel for this video slot, but that didn't feel like a good thing to do after my subscriber count just doubled in the space of a week. Your first video after something like that shouldn't be, hey, let's talk about myself for 10 minutes. It should be more stuff about video games. I might still do that review before the end of the year. One of the questions I was going to ask you all in it was, what do you want my next big project to be? The choices were between Mass Effect and the Witcher series, looking at each game in the trilogy. I did a preliminary Twitter poll on it recently and The Witcher won, barely. The reason I can't decide myself is that there are good reasons to do both. On the one hand, I really want to play Witcher 3. I haven't been able to get to it yet because it's a huge game and I couldn't justify the time it would take to play it. On the other hand, Mass Effect Andromeda is coming out early next year, and I think having a video series on the first 3 games could be received well leading up to release, as well as laying the foundation for an informed look at Andromeda. I can't decide, and honestly sometimes I'm just wrong about this sort of thing. I thought the Uncharted 4 videos were going to do really well, and they sort of didn't. I thought No Man's Sky was going to be a video that only my current subscribers would watch, and look how that turned out. So you guys can decide for me, which would you rather see? There should be a link below. below in the description or in a comment I'll make on the video. I'll do both eventually, it's not a one or the other forever type of thing, but I doubt I have time to do both before Andromeda is released. And that's that. Thanks for watching. Fury should be up next. Soma, like many games, can be split into two parts. There's gameplay and there's story. The vast majority of games can be segmented like this. What makes Soma exceptional is which part it executes well. I can't remember how many times I've said to myself, well, the story is terrible, but there's some good gameplay here. Soma is the opposite. The story here is quite literally outstanding, elevated far from the usual stuff you see in video games, but the gameplay side is a total failure. For me, that's okay. I can play some games for the story, as long as that story is good. And just because the gameplay is, in my opinion, a waste of time, doesn't mean that Soma fails to use interactivity in any meaningful way. There are definitely moments that are made more poignant because it's being told in a video game that simply wouldn't have the same effect in a movie or a book. I'm not saying we should go dig up Roger Ebert so he can play Soma, but this is one of the strongest stories I've seen in a game. Soma is a science fiction horror game that is not nearly as scary as it may first appear. If you're easily startled and don't like that kind of experience, then you still may want to avoid it, but the story in this game is worth your time if you play games for that reason, and that's the end of my spoiler warning. The beginning of Soma proves how important expectations and tone are when you experience anything. Virtually anyone who plays this game will find out beforehand that it's meant to be scary, a horror experience. So after the game gets through its introduction and you wake up in the main character's apartment, you are going to be immediately on edge. You might even ask, what's wrong with this picture? Why does the apartment seem so ominous even though it's normal? This may seem like a minor observation, that if you know what genre a movie or a game is ahead of time, that you will immediately start to anticipate certain things. But it's important to know for later when we get to how the game starts trying to scare you. But that's well after this introduction, because there is nothing lurking in this apartment, or the subway ride that follows it, or the eerily empty office that you arrive at.
Hello? Dr. Munchie?
Let's rewind for a minute though. Soma is a game about a handful of things, but at the center of it all is a man named Simon. He was recently in a car accident that resulted in one of his friends being killed, and left him with a terminal brain injury. This is told in a sort of awkward way at the beginning, at first with a nightmare sequence, and then with some forced dialogue after Simon wakes up. The first few minutes of this game are the weakest part of the story. The voice acting is also less than stellar here too, and the only reason I'm pointing that out is so I can commend how much better it gets as the game progresses.
Munchie, we spoke earlier? The brain scan. I remember. Are you alright? Yeah, just a bad dream. Are we still on for today?
The events here are about Simon going to visit a doctor in training that is developing an experimental procedure that could resolve the damage left by the car crash. It's a chronic bleeding problem in Simon's brain. The doctor thinks he can use a scanning machine to identify the issue in Simon, and then run him through a rapid series of stimuli. Basically, putting a simulated version of Simon's brain through a massive amount of different treatments until one works, which can then be used on the real Simon once the simulation confirms that it's effective. You can see in this conversation that the game is still awkward here. This exchange didn't feel natural, especially given the earlier phone call, and that Simon should really know all of this already. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter though.
We're gonna do a scan of your brain. Then we build a computer model of it and bombard it with stimuli.
What I want to say about this part is more about me personally, because it was really surreal at first. This game starts out in Toronto, that's where I live. The doctor here is a student at York, which is where I went to university. I also have a problem with regular nightmares like Simon appears to suffer from, and my mom died of a brain aneurysm, and I've had several scans to make sure I didn't have the same problem. So even though this was a coincidence, I felt like the game was screwing with me on a second level in addition to the usual bracing for jump scares, because I knew it was a horror game. This isn't important for the review, of course, I just thought it was funny enough to mention because the game got to me a little more than I think it would have otherwise.
You know I have a serious condition, right? You heard about the car crash, the X months to live deal?
Soma abruptly changes at this point, and arguably this is where the game properly starts. The brain scan commences, and when it's over, you're no longer in the doctor's office. You're in some foreign industrial looking room. It's dark, you're alone. You nor Simon have any clue about what's going on. This first area gives you a lot of hints about where you've been apparently teleported to. There's some technology that is clearly advanced despite its bulkiness. The corridors are reinforced, imposing, and abandoned. Parts of it are locked away. There are some robots, one of which promptly goes crazy and runs away shortly after you leave it alone. Your vision isn't functioning as it used to, as you can see here, and you're able to access memories from some places around the area, like you're hallucinating some sort of ghostly echo of the people that were here before you.
It's working better than expected. They're having a really hard time getting the doors open.
If you're like me, you'll immediately guess that this is the stimuli that the doctor was talking about. It's pretty obvious that this is the test he's running. Somehow it's resulted in this weird futuristic base that is a representation of Simon's brain. The locked passages around you are blocked pathways that need to be opened in his head. Something called structure gel that appears like black blood that the robots leave behind represents the bleeding that keeps happening in his brain. The corrupted vision and the broken memories you can access are glitches, twisted versions of his own memories and the friends Simon has, along with the simulation threatening to distort or crash if he becomes too stressed out. The game will be about opening all of these pathways and then defeating whatever personification that the simulation creates to serve as an adversary for the bleeding in his brain, likely linked to the friend that was killed in the car crash at the start, since he's brimming with guilt about it.
Ashley? What are you doing here?
And if you guessed all that, you are completely wrong, just like I was. I don't feel bad about this, and neither should you, because I think it was deliberate. There are two reasons why the narrative gives so much attention to Simon's life in Toronto at the beginning, and this is one of them, along with opening with a nightmare. It's misdirection, and I think it's great. It also gives you a reason to accept why you're suddenly in a vastly different place, because otherwise, really, how the hell did you get here after just being in a doctor's office? The information you're finding says that the year is now 2104. There's seemingly no rational explanation for it. The real answer involves going through the entire plot of Soma, which is mostly about the events that happened here in the future. The place you're in is an underwater base called Pathos 2, and it's more of a research base or a factory than Rapture was a city in BioShock. It has several different sites that serve different functions, and you'll go through most of this place throughout the game. So before we get to that, let's put the story on hold for a moment, for two reasons. The first is that I think the video will flow better if we can loop back to the story after looking at gameplay, and secondly because I want to show a massive problem that Soma has before spoiling the story, just in case this problem ends up being strangely positive for a lot of you watching. This might convince you to play it yourself before I go on to spoil it. And that problem is, Soma isn't really a horror game. It's not scary in the same ways that a lot of other spooky games are. While I've ultimately decided that this is a good thing, it's abundantly clear to me that this isn't intentional. Frictional was trying to make Soma a scary, tense experience, and they failed. This is the main reason why I said earlier that the gameplay in Soma is a waste of time, because it's largely about the robotic monsters that you encounter throughout the Pathos 2 facility, and the game tries so hard to get you on edge with the tense, suffocating music, the loud noises and crashing sounds. It tries to assault all of your senses. It's screaming at you like a nervous dog, hey, be scared, you should be scared right now, are you scared, you scared, you scared yet? Instead of actually scaring you. The enemy robots don't even look scary. The first time I saw one, I ran right up to it to get a better look because I thought it looked cool, not creepy. It also feels like Frictional realized they weren't that visually intimidating either, and used that screen tearing effect to make it so you can't always get a great look at the things and have to fill parts of it with your imagination instead. Again, trying to convince you to be scared instead of being actually scary. Let's rewind even further to something that was said near the beginning. Expectations matter a lot. So does the player's willingness to meet the game on its own terms, which I imagine is a really complicated issue when it comes to designing a game. There will be people who go into horror games with the specific intent to not be scared, because they want to prove to themselves or the world that they aren't creeped out, or are so rational or brave that the silly game and its silly scares don't work on them. Or, far more favorably, they simply don't enjoy being scared, and separate themselves so much that they don't engage with the game on that level and play it for the story or something instead. The issue Soma has is that you have to meet the game more than halfway in order to be scared by it. You basically have to roleplay as the lion from The Wizard of Oz, because even if you are spooked by the visuals and find the robots genuinely scary, eventually you're going to get caught. And this is the final nail in the underwater coffin that hammers home that you have no reason to be scared of these enemies, because when you die, you come immediately back to life and get to try again with no penalty. Even after a game over, you just reload and try again with frequent checkpoints. The game itself nudges you toward this realization because at first the gameplay in Soma is basically hide and seek. You don't have any weapons or tools or anything to use against the monsters. I'm not saying the game should give you the option to fight them, but there's nothing else to do with them except hide at the beginning. But later on the game adds a couple of mechanics that really push you to learning that the enemies are simple AI constructs, in video game terms now, not story ones, that you often manipulate or toy with in order to proceed. Like, make a noise to lure the shambling thing to a spot so you can get past, or lure it to a circular hallway so you can run around it and through the corridor that it was previously blocking. It shows you that you're actually faster than most of the robots, so even if you are spotted, chances are you can still get away. These turn the monsters into roaming inconveniences rather than scares, because they're not a threat, they're not interesting, they're getting in the way of the good stuff instead. Two examples are the blind monster about halfway through the game that is in a dark room with a lot of stuff on the floor. The challenge here is to not trip over any of it so you don't make a noise. That's it. Really slow and boring. If you make a mistake, you can usually run away and hide again to reset the monster. Even if you don't, you get to try again immediately if you're killed. Or how about the Flesher monster that goes berserk and kills you if you either get too close or if you look at it? Eye contact sets it off, so you're supposed to look away or down at the floor. It's like the opposite of SCP-173 or the Boos in Super Mario World. There's a part where one of the things is roaming between rooms and blocking your path. I got so tired of waiting for its slow movement that I just went crab walking right in there with it, making sure to face away while I bumped into walls and things before making it to the other side. Because the game had taught me that this thing just appearing means stop and look away, and then do nothing until it passes. Not scary, tedious instead. At the end here, you're also forced into an encounter with the thing that has the intended solution of running away, canonically proving that Simon is faster than them. Death being meaningless in horror games is not a problem unique to Soma. It's a topic I'd like to explore in a future video because I think horror is the best candidate for some compelling experiences that couldn't be reproduced in other mediums. But it is a glaring flaw in Soma that persists from beginning to end. The game is sadly more successful with its jump scares, which aren't that common, nor are they that terrifying, which is probably a good thing. Jump scares are cheap and have a misleading name. They're more like jump startles, since that's all they're good for. In Soma, these are sudden loud noises, things breaking apart, abrupt crashes, that sort of thing. They're the most effective part of that assault on your senses that I mentioned earlier. For the other times, your screen starts to fizzle in warning when you're in danger. This warning that something was nearby became a trigger for me to be annoyed rather than frightened. It was an announcement that one part of the game was over, and that it was now monster time. Soma is split quite artificially like that. You rotate between a clumped together experience of puzzles, exploration, and story, and then over to monster hide and seek. Most of the puzzles are okay. Some are too simple, if you feel like you're actually messing with computer menus instead of playing a game, and there's one puzzle which stands out to me as one of the best moments in Soma. Exploring is engaging as long as you like that sort of thing in games, more walking and looking parts with things to find that you can read, listen to, or inspect for yourself. There's not an immense amount of environmental storytelling here, although occasionally the game does do a good job with it, especially in some of the later sites where the corpse is left around. It's the story told more directly with Simon and another character you meet that succeeds more than anything else here. So let's return to that now, with us being confused about how we travel through time from present-day Toronto to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in 2104. Things become weirder before you're given any answers, or introduced to another character that isn't a memory trapped in the panels around you. There's this strange mix of mechanical and organic growth that might make you think about the first robot that went nuts and ripped itself free at the beginning, leaving a trail of what we can call blood behind it, that structure gel. You discover that this part of Pathos 2 is used to generate power. You make contact with someone named Catherine, who is in another part of the facility and is seemingly safe and detached from whatever catastrophe occurred here.
What's happening? Hello? Is there anyone there?
You bring the power back online and, guided by Catherine, have your first solid goal, to reach a communication center so you can better speak with her. A few things happen here that are important. First, just so you can understand the context of what I showed earlier, this is where you meet your first robot enemy, the shuffling thing with the spotlight, which is a reasonably clever way of letting the player know that you want to stay out of sight, or out of the light in this case. This was the robot that I ran right up to get a better look at, and really I feel sorry for this thing. It seems so pathetic and incapable of doing anything really. It's like the Eeyore of crazy killer robot monsters. You lock it away when you reach the next area and it just wanders around hopeless for a while, I guess. There's another robot here that's friendly. It's stuck on some sort of thing that looks like an assembly line. The strange thing about this one, though, is that it doesn't know it's a robot.
Blind? It's me, Carl Semke.
It thinks it's a human that can't get up because it's injured, and it can't be convinced otherwise no matter how many times Simon tries to explain what he's seeing.
Okay, I'm just gonna be, I'm not seeing it. I see a machine, a robot talking.
This part is great for two reasons. The first is that it's unusual enough to get you wondering about what's going on. It's also a little creepy. Parts of the story in this game are much more horrific than any of the monsters in my opinion. One of the biggest things that Soma does right. The other reason this interaction is great is that it will likely make a lot of players think, how could this guy not realize that he's a robot? How can he not tell? Because there's a revelation shortly after this that reveals you're in the exact same situation.
How is this possible? This is insane!
Let's address that directly now. How the hell does the game explain how you go from this to this? So in the 100 or so years that pass after Simon's first brain scan, this technology that the doctor in training is testing becomes the foundation for many advancements. Among those are artificial intelligence, although far from what you typically see in science fiction, and the ability to copy and paste the consciousness from one source to another. And that distinction is really important. It's not cut and paste, it's copy and paste. Because Simon's scan was collected in the early experimental phase, it's been used and iterated upon many times, which is one of the many subtle details that becomes terrifying when you think about it after finishing the game. Essentially, even in the future, Simon's stored and copied consciousness is still relevant because he was involved so soon in the project. He's kept under a legacy section here. A lot has happened in these 100 years, and this is the beginning of what I think is one of Soma's greatest strengths. It's not just about one thing, or one specific idea that's being popularized in science fiction. It's not just an underwater research facility, it also deals with the idea of what makes a consciousness, or even a soul, and how that might cause problems if it's placed into the wrong sort of body. It's not just about a central AI that goes functionally crazy, there's this infected, plagued version of technology that's constricting and consuming everything throughout the facility like a cancer. And on top of this, this isn't just a grim, dark future that Simon wakes up in, it's also a post-apocalyptic one. This is one of two major events that has caused a lot of Pathos 2 to go to hell. A comet has crashed into Earth and wiped out all life on the surface. You discover this in pieces, reading on terminals mostly, about how the efforts to deflect the comet failed. That the underwater facility was protected from the impact, but now they're stranded and lost at the bottom of the Atlantic. The facility is more or less self-sufficient, but more or less isn't exactly uplifting when the rest of the species just got incinerated. I really like this amalgamation of science fiction plot devices, and that in a way you play as one, a walking, talking one as Simon. A copy of his consciousness was placed into the body that you inhabit here. Because the AI on Pathos 2, the Warden unit that they unfortunately call the WOW, has taken it upon itself to preserve all human life, whatever form that might take, in response to Armageddon. Like I said, this AI isn't really one that's seen in a lot of movies and games. It doesn't speak or think really, so AI might not strictly be the best word for it. It can solve problems and make decisions, but it's still following directives that limit what it can do. It's just sort of twisted its interpretation of them in response to the world ending.
It won't let me die. Nothing is allowed to die.
This might not be all that comprehensible yet because I'm avoiding one part of the story until we reach the next area and meet Catherine. Despite all these different plot points and details about the setting, at a focus level, Soma is all about exploring the idea of what it means to be human, and the unsettling implications that human might not be the most important word that defines us. Soma brilliantly sets up the player to be open to the idea of consciousness being more important than a body in three ways. The first is that confused robot that we saw earlier. The second is Simon's perception eventually correcting itself and realizing that he's not in a human body. And the third is Catherine, who is a perfectly normal sounding human woman that you want to meet, another person that can help you and speak to you and work with you, who will have answers and can explain what's going on. And then you meet her and she's another broken robot stuck on the floor.
There you are, upright and everything.
No, not you too. I was really hoping you were human.
This time it's different though. Catherine knows what she is, and she doesn't seem to care all that much. She understands what's happening and has accepted it. And the lead up to this conversation, where it's properly revealed that Simon isn't the same Simon we started with, is really great in my eyes.
Have you looked at yourself lately? You're a walking, talking diving suit with some electronics slapped on for good measure.
I don't.
You don't want to think about it? We'll start thinking about it.
The robot thought he was human. You and Simon both thought you were human. You thought Catherine was human. And this eases you into concluding that maybe you weren't wrong. The human body might not be there, but it's still a person. They're still alive, still a consciousness. You treated Catherine like a person before you saw her, just like you think I'm human even though I'm only a voice coming through YouTube right now. Is the body really that important? And that's the framework needed to understand the true horror lurking in Soma.
Catherine, are we alive?
The final piece here is the player's goal, which is also not so neatly intertwined with a lot of the other things we just spoke about. Before she was stuffed into a robot, Catherine was leading the only project that had given survivors on Pathos 2 any sense of hope or purpose. She didn't start it for that reason, but it became the only thing keeping most of the last humans going, in their bleak, isolated life in the water that kept them safe from the fires on the surface. This is another science fiction idea that's been used before. Catherine was working on a simulated reality that could be populated by scanned versions of the surviving humans. It could be a second world for them to inhabit and live on. An Ark that would be a backup plan if the people in Pathos 2 were to die, taking what was left of the human race with them. This Ark was to be launched into space with the intended purpose of flying on forever, powered by solar batteries. This was a romantic enough idea to get the survivors working toward completing the goal, with some taking to it far more obsessively than others. The tragedy here, and what functions as the second important trigger for Simon to be brought into Soma's main plot, is an important detail I mentioned earlier. These brain scans are copy and paste, not cut and paste. There's a good comic by Womp that represents this fairly well. It's a common enough idea that's been explored in hypotheticals about being uploaded to a robot body, or some virtual utopia, even about teleporting, or some people say that even if you go to sleep, your consciousness breaks and it's a different person that wakes up. The issue starts here. Some people on Pathos 2, clearly disturbed by the comet's impact, started thinking about the Ark project as a way out. Some didn't understand the difference between cut and copy. Others did, but convinced themselves that, if they were to die shortly after the transfer was made, that they would functionally be transferred into the next world instead of being left behind when their new copy lives on. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but considering the situation these people were in, and that the idea of what comprises a consciousness isn't fully accepted, you can sort of understand where they're coming from. Sort of, I guess. Their situation is sympathetic, at least.
Conrad killed himself after the scan.
Jesus, how?
Maser tool? What should I do?
So after Catherine scans a lot of people and a handful of them kill themselves because they think it'll make them get transferred into the Ark, this causes the WoW to freak out. Its directives are to prevent what little human life is left, and now they're killing themselves. Now some of these details aren't explicitly clear, but the general idea is that the WoW recognizes both traditional human life and the copied versions on virtual space as worth protecting. I think it's also implied that it eventually decides that the computerized versions of people are worth even more since they're easier to protect and maintain. The virtual copies can't hurt the original versions, but the physical humans sure can destroy the computer ones.
Is this the Ark?
I think we're safe.
Oh, I was so worried something had gone wrong.
So using its influence throughout the facility and structure gel, it spreads and ensures that the humans are safe, by forcing them to live on in some instances, or by experimenting with different ways to give them better bodies by transferring copied humans into robots. Which is why we have people confused about what they are and think they're human, or are roaming monsters that have gone crazy. These are the WoW's successes and failures. Some are better fits to the robot bodies than others, and acclimate better to the change, even if it requires the consciousness filling in the gaps and lying to itself so it can resolve those conflicts. Which is why Simon saw himself as a person at first, just like the injured robot did near the beginning. Some of these beings are also twisted attempts by the WoW at keeping traditional human bodies alive. The structure gel, the black blood we saw at the start, is like an all-purpose substance that's used to repair or construct things. It can mesh robotics with organic matter, which is how the more creative-looking monster people came to exist. It's important to know that all of this information is given to you in a steady drip through the first 2/3 of the game. It's not like you show up here and Catherine says, "Let me tell you the story of my people," and then starts blasting techno music. She confirms that you're not the same Simon, but she doesn't know why or how you got into your current body until a few hours later, when you learn that you're a mix of both machine and human, a fusion of one of the dead people at Pathos 2 and a WoW experiment. It's also why you can access those memories around the facility. You're able to intuitively access the last audio file at each location, whether that's a terminal panel or the neural implant every worker had in case they got into trouble in the dangerous environment so far underwater. It also explains why your vision tears, because it's a malfunctioning camera, not eyes. What's unfortunate about this journey to each of the different sites of Pathos 2 is that everything I just explained is the good stuff, and I'll have a few examples to back that up in just a moment. It's the interruptions that are bad, and it's not just the monsters, although they are the biggest problem for reasons I already went into. Ironically, it feels like Frictional was of two minds when they were developing this game. There's the half that wanted to craft this really thoughtful, slow-burning thriller experience. So you have some great dialogue, exploration with some impressive visuals, and pieces of story to collect and understand, with actual answers to almost every question. And then you have the other half that wanted an intense experience, not just with the monsters, but with train car crashes and parts of the facility bursting open, and so many loud noises after so much time spent in the quiet.
Hold on, the blast just pushed us off the plateau! What does that mean? If I don't hit Delta, we're dead.
Which is a real shame, because it was those quiet moments that I enjoyed the most, and they succeeded far more with their own kind of tension. Feeling lost at the bottom of the ocean, wondering what might be coming next as you drift from one site to another on a platform, and another even better version of this when you take the long elevator ride down to a much deeper part of the ocean. An event that carries weight because you have to spend time preparing a new body to withstand the pressure when you got much further down. And once you reach here, you have the best part of all for an intense experience. When you feel like you're so vulnerable in this alien place, exposed as you wander through it, hoping you're going the right way, and it doesn't resort to any of the jump scares or shoving stuff in your face to achieve that. The reason you're going through all of these areas is the goal that Simon and Catherine set for themselves, to find the Ark full of virtual copies of all the humans on the base, upload themselves onto it, and then launch it into space. This is far more humble than a save the world ending, and more in line with making some last-ditch token effort to do something instead of sitting around sulking. They have no other options, really. Or maybe they do. We'll get back to this.
This was never about certainty. It's about hope.
So as you try to find the Ark, you go through a series of sections in the game: story, exploration, hide and seek, intense scripted sequence. And these keep rolling along until the end of the game, with the story having some cool moments, the exploration being more enjoyable than in most games, the hide and seek parts being always a chore, and the scripted sections occasionally being exciting, but mostly not really. There are two things that I want to focus on in Soma that I think illustrate how the game uses interactivity to give the player a unique experience, or something close to it, something that I think couldn't really be replicated in a book or film, or at least it wouldn't have the same impact.
Make sure it's all bunched together with the structure gel connecting all the parts.
The first is the game's most compelling puzzle, which, like many in the game, is presented as more of a problem instead of a screen announcing it's puzzle time. This is a little over halfway into the game. You need a passcode to unlock the way forward, and the only people who know what it is are dead. Except that Catherine made a copy of almost everyone. This part of the facility has her workshop, which is coincidentally where you learn how it is that a copy of your consciousness was available to be put into a body by the WoW when it started trying to create new people.
Kath, what is this? Why do you have a file of me?
You are one of Dr. Munchie's templates. A legacy scan.
You collect the necessary components and identify the right person who would know the passcode to create a simulation so you can ask the person for the information. Once you grasp the idea, it's pretty straightforward, especially if you've been paying attention as you play the game. For me, I started the simulation the first time without much thought, and it wasn't until it began to run and the guy inside the computer was confused and borderline scared that I realized what I had done. Or rather, I realized that the solution to this puzzle wasn't that simple.
Where did everyone go?
Don't be afraid.
Chun? What happened? I can't see anything. There's nothing here.
And so began many attempts, guided by Catherine, to create an artificial environment in order to convince this guy that he's safe, that he isn't in a simulation after all, and that he's relaxed enough to give over the passcode. This is twisted enough on its own since it involves tracking down different backgrounds to use to make him more at ease, and then raiding his private quarters for information so Catherine can fake the presence of his girlfriend within the simulation so that he trusts her, with a fabricated voice to go along with an equally fake model.
I think we got this, Simon. I can synthesize Alice's voice from the intercom and use it to impersonate her for the simulation.
But the real horror of this part snuck up on me slowly, with layers that I didn't really grasp until I thought about it hours later. The game laid down the foundation for you to accept that each consciousness is a person in its own right. If you don't accept this, then you can't really resolve anything about you, the player character, and your actions. They hold no meaning, no weight, and I don't know why you'd even continue playing the game if that was the case. If you got to this point then, I'd say it's fair that you're buying into this idea. The minds in the robots you find might be confused, but they're no less real than yours. Just like Catherine is real too, the only difference between her and the other robots is that she's sane. So each time that you run this simulation, you are effectively bringing this person to life, a new version, each time, and then snuffing their existence out permanently when you're done. For him, this transition from being scanned in the chair to being interrogated is just as smooth and sudden as your transition from the chair in Toronto to the room in Pathos 2. And it's so beautifully twisted when you think about it, because you can try the simulation as many times as you like until you get it right. Hell, I thought giving him a tropical beach background would make him more relaxed to make him think that he was in the Ark, so he'd be open to speaking. And each time I was trying something like that, I was both resurrecting a dead person and then killing them again seconds later, before doing it again and again. Chair to scan to simulation every time, and the amount of times I did it was determined by how quick or clever I was in identifying what pieces I should use so he would be cooperative. Each player will do this a different amount of times. Each player will bring this guy back to life and kill him a different amount of times. The deeper horror here is the realization that there must be thousands or even tens of thousands of different Simons that have experienced this same thing, which is something I didn't think about until I was finished with the game. His scan was used as the foundation for so many experiments. You can find old audio logs with the original Simon agreeing to let the doctor in training use the scans for this reason, something with consequences that he didn't understand when he went along with it.
I was supposed to save you. Hey, you got my brain on file. Maybe you can put it to some use. Yeah, who knows? You'd be okay with that? Using it for my research? Sure. It's like a part of me lives on or something.
It's been about 100 years. Imagine how many times there's been a Simon that's been booted up and poked at. How many simulations like the one you just ran for the passcode. How many other Simons had a far different transition from the scanning chair to something far more short-lived, or maybe even far longer and more horrific. Something that might be even close to torture while the technology was being tweaked. Even the original intention to flood simulated Simons with stimuli to find a treatment becomes terrifying, all because the wannabe doctor here didn't realize his scan was functionally another consciousness. This is something I think about more than I care to admit, in part because I write science fiction, but also because it's been brought up in the news a bit lately. Some people way smarter than you and me have proposed that the chances are fairly high that we're in a simulation right now. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because the simulation is so good that it functions identically to reality as we know it, but, well, think about it the other way. Think of the sorts of things we could discover or mysteries we could solve if we could run a literal 1-to-1 recreation of our history. If some technology that would look like magic to us so far in the future could process such a simulation. I've always thought of this as being something time travelers would do, send back probes that could catalog and record our entire history to have the primary source to end all primary sources about what happened throughout the entire lifespan of the human race. A simulation could do that. It could also do a lot of other things after you achieve the first one as a baseline. And if the way people have tinkered around with the guys in Dwarf Fortress is any indication to go on, it's a deeply disturbing thought. It calls into question all sorts of things that should be impossible. Just like we were just screwing with this guy here to get something as boring as a passcode, imagine the more creative possibilities that could exist here. Maybe this is too far out there though, especially for this video. Let's just get back to Soma.
I'm sorry, Mr. Long. Red. Goodbye.
No, wait.
The other way the game builds on this idea is with two parts, but they're linked in my mind, so I'm going to count them as just one conjoined piece. Near the end of the game, you have to build the stronger body I mentioned earlier to withstand the higher pressure deeper in the ocean. Your consciousness has to be transferred into that new body, which, well, I'm sure you see where this is going. Simon is not the smartest person in the world, even though there's only like 5 people left. Some say that he's been through a lot, and being plucked from one life into another one so alien that to him, it may as well not count as being on Earth at all, is enough to understand why he has trouble grasping concepts that the player probably won't. There's even one of the best lines in the game that hints at this. It's a really thoughtful take on another, more human perspective on consciousness and what's happening to him.
I never realized how much the idea of myself depended on where I am.
How do you mean?
I miss Toronto. Not because my friends and family are there, but because I know where I fit in. In Toronto, I know who I am.
The other explanation is that this copy of the consciousness isn't as well integrated into the robotic body as it could have been, so it has limited intelligence compared to how well Catherine functions. Personally, I just think the guy is a little bit slow. Either way, this doesn't bother me much because you're not limited by what he thinks or says. The handful of decisions you make are still in your control. It's worth bringing up though because Simon doesn't ever grasp the copy and paste part, to the point that Catherine has to lie to him to make him proceed. She explains the transfer as a coin flip, that there's a 50-50 chance that you'll end up in the new body or left behind in the old one. In reality, you're always left behind. The copy and transfer are done at the same time and are written into the new body. This is just her way of placating him. In this scene, you actually become a new Simon. You go through the same process you did in the chair in Toronto, only this go around there's no time lapse. It's immediate.
There must be something wrong. Can't you run a diagnosis or something?
What was that?
So when you start moving around, you hear the old Simon sitting in the chair wondering why he wasn't transferred. You can even go and look at him, look at you, the version that you just were and are now a new copy of, a copy of a copy. I think that having just been in control of the old version and then being pushed into a new one, with your control shifting and being taken away from the other Simon, is a really strong moment for a game. This could and has been done in movies and books. Hell, even I've done something like it. More than once actually now that I think about it, but I think so much is added to the scene by having the player control it all. It's a much more powerful shift because it's your actual perspective that moves instead of seeing a clone of a character with the same actor on a screen or something like it, and that the old version carries on without you, and you have to think about what you just were and who just took control of that person away from you now that you're not with them anymore. The end of the game has a similar moment that is, in my opinion, a bit less powerful. You arrive at the space gun, which is one of the main functions of Pathos 2, and load the Ark to fire it. Catherine lies to Simon again that they'll be transferred into the Ark just before it fires. This countdown then expires, and of course the copies of Simon and Catherine get to fly off into space. This time our perspective doesn't change. We experience the other side of the transfer for this one. We're the ones left behind. The game ends with Simon screaming in the dark, just like the other Simon we abandoned earlier must go through when he wakes up later.
MSWS said at everyone, I am currently in the process of trialing out my newest